Okay, we are live, but we got to let it breathe just for a moment. Bring on Facebook. It's going to be a gas. We have finally reached the day, the night. It's going to be so fun. And looks like we're good. Welcome in, everybody. It is the Mile High Huddle podcast. I'm your host, Chad Jensen, and with me, as always, my fellow football priest who you know, who you love, Zack Kelberman. Zack, we're finally here. Lots of rumors coalescing, but still, as far as the what may come for the Denver Broncos, it's clear as mud. But how you feeling, bro?
I'm finally happy. I'm happy that it's finally here. We can stop talking about speculating. I'm sick of the anxiety, Chad, but I'm kind of nervous. It feels like we haven't been here in a while because we haven't. They haven't had a first round pick since 2021. It's almost like foreign territory. And there's just so many ways they can use this pick. They can move up, they could stay pat, they can move down, and we're going to get a resolution very soon. I'm pumped.
Yes, and for a lot, I was just talking to Eric about this. Which, by the way, let's just bring Eric on. Erick Trickel is going to be joining us throughout tonight. What's up, Eric? How you doing tonight, big dog?
Doing good. Excited for this draft to be over. As Zack said, it's been a while since the first round pick, so the grind was a little bit different this year than the previous years, and definitely wore me down.
Yeah, I think everybody. It's kind of ironic because, as Zack just touched on, we go 2 years without a first round pick. And so you would think that the excitement and the anticipation would be a never-ending wellspring. And yet, I haven't felt, Zack, Eric, this much like draft fatigue from Broncos country ever, I don't think. I think this is like the hardest wall of just like, I don't know, 7 to 10 days ago. It was just kind of like everybody hit a wall and they're like, let's just get this thing going, Zack.
I mean, I'm going to just say that Eric is one of the hardest working people that I know in the draft community. So I can't even relate to the fatigue that he has. I'm happy for his sake that it's going to be over and we can move on to 2025 mocks, right, Eric?
Don't get him started, dude.
No, definitely going to be taking a break here for a couple weeks. And
that's like saying, dude graduates from rehab, and as he's walking out to the car, he's been in there for 90 days. You're like, hey, you graduated. Before too long, you'll be okay to say no when they pass you that crack pipe, right? You're like, just kidding. But Eric's the guy, seriously, like, a few days from now, he'll be like, 2025 mock draft sent. Check your inbox. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. But Eric, back to what I was thinking right before I brought you on is, all this talk now, the Giants are very much in the quarterback market. How are you seeing this thing coalesce for the quarterbacks at the top of the draft? Of course, considering the Broncos sit at 12.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bumpy ride trying to figure out what it is and what's going to happen with it. It sounds like Caleb Williams will be the first pick, then Jaden Daniels. And there was a lot of speculation that the Patriots, they wanted to move down, but now all the word is that they seem set at 3, taking Drake May. Arizona, they have been adamant they don't want to move down past 6 because they have their eyes on one of the top 2 receivers. Can the Giants get there? Do the Giants want JJ McCarthy that early? What about the Vikings? Can the Vikings move up to 4? Do they want JJ McCarthy? And if they move up to 4, would Arizona then turn around and move up to 5? Because the Chargers want to move down. So the draft really, with how things have settled with the 3rd pick, it seems that the draft really starts at pick 4 now. And with the quarterbacks, like, is it for first 4 picks? Are they quarterback? It's still rather bumpy, and we'll find out here in a little bit.
Let's just catch up on I just bumped my mic. Hold up. I got to remember that when I sit that close, it probably switched to the other microphone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stand by. One sec, guys. Let me get this thing plugged in. Come on now. There we go. Anyway, what I was going to say is let's grab some supers while we're waiting to see the first pick. We all know it's going to be Caleb Williams, but Sam Bam, bro, thank you for jumping early, all of you, and for joining us tonight. We are so excited. This is going to be a fun night. Sam Bam says, evening Broncos country, the draft is finally here. I hope we trade up into the top 3 and take a punter, JK. Whatever happens tonight and this weekend, I hope it ultimately helps get the Broncos back to winning. Go Broncos. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sam Bam. David Wilder, so good to see you, big dog. Longtime Super Chat superstar saying, I think we will trade back and pick Bo Nix. We shall see.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, Bo Nix, Papa Bear, David McElrath, who, by the way, as I mentioned the other night, we missed his super chat on Monday, and I always feel massive pangs of guilt when that happens. And so I told you, David, we're going to make it up to you. But thank you for jumping in early, big dog. He's saying good evening. And let's see, Bowers, McCarthy, Nix, or Rattler. Buckham, MHH for life. Thank you, big dog. You are Prince. Couple more here. DTR, so good to see you. Saying evening, MHH fam. Let's find our field general who can lead this team to success. MHH for life. We love you, big dog, and amen to that. And then we got Addison jumping in to say pick anyone, just not Nix. What do you say, Zach?
I'm of the mind that the Broncos, I might be outweighed here because Eric and Lance are here. They might be more pragmatic than me, but I'm of the mind that the Broncos need a quarterback. And I know 12 is a little too soon for Bo Nix, whatever you want to call him. I wouldn't be opposed, though, if that's Sean Payton's guy. I don't care if it's Penix, McCarthy, Drake May. I just want whoever Sean Payton's guy is. And if it is Bo Nix, if they want to move down to where the Eagles are or the Steelers are and pick up a second-round pick and still get a quarterback, that might be the move, Chad.
What do you think, Eric, on Bo Nix?
Yeah,
I know you're kind of like skeptical of him being bona fide first guy, right?
Yeah, he ended up with a second-round grade from me, and even with the quarterback bump, it still found himself with a second-round grade. I'm not for reaching. I am fine if Denver wants to move back, add a couple picks, and take him in a later first round pick. But 12, I think that there is a cutoff at about after about the top 15 or so. So I think that there are better talents available there at 12 than reaching for Bo Nix. So I get wanting Sean Payton to get his guy. I'd love to see a better quarterback added to it. It's just I also got to factor in the value of the pick and the player, and 12 is just a little bit rich for Bo Nix for me.
We've got Eminem and a squad of ex-Lions and current Lions ushering things in here. It looks like it's going to be cooking here shortly. Addison, again, thank you, big dog. So good to see everybody. Some quick hellos while we're hanging out. We got the Duchess in the hizzy. So good to see you. We've got David Youngkin, early birds. Tonight we don't have Scott in the room, so bear with us a little bit on some of this stuff because, normally Scott feeds us everything we need to see. This time we'll be kind of clicking through things. William James Baker across the pond. Guys, if we trade down, who would be the top 3 teams to trade down with? And what would you expect to get? Enjoy the draft. Eric, that's a good question for you to answer, my friend. If there's a trade down, who are the 3 kind of target teams potentially?
Well, from what I've come to understand is there's more teams wanting to move up. They really want to target the corners, the wide receiver 4, 5, and the offensive tackles. The Eagles are one of those teams. They really want to get up for one of the cornerbacks. They sit at pick 22. The Rams, they've been trying to get up in the top 10 for a wide receiver. And if they don't get to that, they can still look to move up for it or an offensive tackle. The Jaguars are a team that's been very active of wanting to move up for one of the wide receivers. Kansas City wants to get up, though I don't think Denver would trade with them for an offensive tackle. There's a lot of teams that want to move up. Baltimore, they're another one. I think the most likely landing spots, though, are the Philadelphia Eagles, the Rams, or the Jaguars.
I kind of get a little bit of I kind of chuckle, Zach, what all the boos and the hate for Goodell. Now it's like a thing, right? He's like, bring it, but at some point, that hurt his fees, but he probably consoled himself with the 20 million some odd dollars he makes per year as commissioner of the NFL.
Yeah, and I read he had back surgery recently, so he might not go in for the hugs, which is, it makes his job a little easier, I guess. Eric is right with the landing spots. I want to tack on one more with the trade down scenarios. The Pittsburgh Steelers, if only because they've been linked to Cortland Sutton, so I feel like if you throw Sutton in there, they might sweeten the pot a little more. I think, Eric was right, though, with the Eagles. That's the team that I'm hearing about, or, I understand is the most interested in coming up.
I get so irritated with, Facebook. They change their stuff. It makes it so much harder to see stars in real time when we're trying to decipher that and prioritize it. George Fox, I see your stars on Facebook, but I don't see it in our stream, so I can't click you. I haven't spotted you quite yet, but we love you and appreciate you, big dog. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. If you see him, Lance is going to try and help out. Okay, cool. Oh, it's in the stars. Attaboy, Skip. Thank you, Lance. There he is, George. I'm of a mind to trade back. I don't know, man. Thank you, George. I don't know. I disagree with Eric on it's not that I disagree with Eric. I think it's more about when, relative to Bo Nix or Michael Penix. I don't even care who it is. is like if you trade back, you risk missing out on one of one of the top quarterbacks in the class. Now, are there other quarterbacks? There's Spencer Rattler, there's the Tulane kid, there's Joe Milton. There are other options, but you trade back, you're really rolling the dice on, and you're getting comfortable with the possibility that you're not going to get one of the top quarterbacks in the class. And Eric, if that is, hey, if you're the Broncos and you've just decided that the only guys you have as a first round grade or a franchise caliber future are out of your reach, you did everything you could to maybe explore moving up, they're just not there, then okay, then you understand that you move back, but there's no way for us to know that till after the draft. And I don't know, man, I just feel like you're within spitting distance. You're just right there in the top 12. Like, how are you going to get butts in seats this year if you don't have a quarterback? I mean, Zach Wilson ain't going to do it. Jarrett Stidham's not going to do it. I mean, you think apathy's been bad since they benched Russ? Like, get comfortable with that, because that would absolutely be kind of the permanent mood, at least for 2024.
Yeah, and that's one thing is like I can only go off of what I'm hearing and from what I've gathered with multiple conversations. Most people in the NFL don't view Bo Nix as a first round pick. They don't view that he's a risk to go in the first round. But of course, there's always that thing of it only takes one team, one coach, one general manager, one owner. They can come and say, it's like, no, I want this guy. Let's go get him. And Sean Payton could do that at pick 12. And no one knows for sure if Sean Payton will, except for Sean Payton, because this is his team. No bones about it. If Sean Payton likes Bo Nix at 12, well, I guess I'll suck it up and deal with it, even though I disagree with it. Hey, the man's most likely a Hall of Fame head coach. And like, I've been doing this for a while, but not at the level that he has. I'll trust him.
Right. At a certain point, Zach, you just gotta trust. I mean, I still haven't lost my faith and belief in Sean Payton, but I know a lot of Broncos fans have for whatever reason, Zach.
Yeah, and the most mercurial quarterback in the class is arguably also the biggest fit with Sean Payton's system. So if, like Eric said, if it takes one guy to take a gamble, Sean Payton could be that one guy. And is anyone, if he hits, I keep saying this, and Eric, you can disagree, Chad, you can disagree, Lance, I know you're listening. If he's the guy, and we won't know for a little bit, but no one's going to remember where he was drafted, whether it's 12 or 20 or 22. And if Sean Payton has enough conviction, all we can do is really trust him to make the right pick, no matter where it is.
We got Glenn jumping in from down under, Melbourne, Australia. Americans like to say Melbourne, but it's Melbourne, right? And that's how Glenn would say it. Really excited to start the rebuild. Cannot wait to see what Payton has decided. Board's going to play a big part, Priest. Yes, it will. And Buckham, indeed, my dog. Good to see you. And definitely living that hashtag state of being life, Glenn. Nice to see you. Thank you for checking in with us. We've got also Rock Chalk jumping in with a generous super chat early, saying, here's to the Broncos getting their QB of the future. Man, it just seems like there's just a panic this year's, Eric and Zach. I'll start with you, Eric. It's like a panic at the top of the draft. You've got like this convergence of a lot of kind of first round / fringe first round quarterbacks combined, coming into it's like this intersection of so many teams desperate for a quarterback this time that, it's like, it's hard to predict how it's going to shake out.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, we're in a rough year for the draft as well, because this is like the final year of, the COVID year and the extra year of eligibility that came from that. We have the rough spot of NIL really starting to take hold. So that's getting some guys to stay in there. So a couple of these guys who most likely would have came out a year ago or two, like Bo Nix and Michael Penix, they stayed, and it's just added to this room, but we're losing depth in the class. They're still staying. If they're not going to be a third round pick and they still have eligibility, or at least a third round pick, and they still have eligibility, they're returning to school. So teams are more desperate for the top end because they don't want to settle for reaching for guys that most years would be undraftable, just because that depth isn't there anymore.
What also is tricky about this for the Broncos is not only are they out of the top 5 where the real tier 1 quarterbacks are, they're sandwiched in between 2 other teams that need quarterbacks, the Vikings at 11 and the Raiders at 13. So it's, do you stay put or do you chance it and move down? This is the question that we've been debating for months, and I'm sure Sean Payton, George Payton have as well. I'm really interested to see what direction they ultimately go in.
Yeah, Caleb Williams, no surprise, about to be announced as the first overall pick by the Chicago Bears.
Color nail polish. Anyone? Is it pink?
Yeah, that's a good question. Rock Chalk, again, thank you. Appreciate you, my friend. Cody Dubb in the house. What's good? Saying only way I would take Nix is trade up to end of the first just to get his 5th-year option. The 5th plays a big role. Yeah, that's easier to do when you have a 2nd-round pick. So in that scenario, it's like, well, what do? Do you trade back, take, maybe a corner, an edge, and then wherever you traded back in the 2nd, try and parlay that to move back up bottom of the 1st, get Nix? I don't know. If you believe in Nix, if Nix is the fit, I understand, Eric, it's not like his measurables don't blow anybody away, but like the thing that keeps me super intrigued and highly optimistic that Nix would work out for the Broncos is that schematic fit with Sean Payton. Lawrence, yeah, Chicago taking long. Why did they expect a trade? I know why. That is kind of interesting how long they took there, but looks like that's the pick. And then Young can jump in, and I agree. If we move back, you're putting your team at risk of not getting the QB, so that's the problem. Yeah, that's kind of the crux. But some of that, I think, guys, will be dictated by really how much of this kind of quarterback hype ends up coming out in the wash in the top 5, let's say.
We'll know how much the Broncos really love J.J. McCarthy, how much they love Drake May, or if it was all smokescreen. I mean, we've heard everything about every quarterback, and Sean Payton admitted, at the press conference, he goes, it seems like we would have to get a quarterback, wouldn't we? And which way they go, again, how the board falls, what teams trade up, what teams don't, it really starts with the 3rd pick.
We got Zebo jumping in. Appreciate you. I think Australia, right? I think. Good to see you. Welcome. Appreciate you. Good day, y'all. I think maybe that's our answer. Enjoyed all podcasts. We're finally on the doorstep. MH. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yes. And, we just do our thing 7 days a week here at MHH, but I'll echo Zach and tip my cap to Eric and all the draft. Eric and Lance, especially this year, have just grinded hard on getting Broncos country as educated on the draft class as could possibly be. So, Eric, a lot of hard work. You got like a weekend to kind of deal with the draft and the immediate fallout, and then you can probably do like a little decompression, go hang out on the beach or something. What's the weather looking like in Alaska right about now?
Well, we're expected to get snow at some point today. We haven't yet. But no, it's thank you for the kind words. I mean, it is definitely it kind of becomes a drag there for the final couple weeks. Hours. I did the math one year and I spent like a total of like a month straight. Like if I just all pushed all the time together of just watching prospects and not even counting the time of compiling the notes to write the articles and edit and get them ready for publishing and all that.
It's a lot of work.
It is. And it's always very rewarding. I mean, I take pride in my work and I enjoy these few days, but always I'm ready for that time to decompress. Last year was a vacation to Colorado. This year we're not getting out of the state. We're just going up north a little bit, but still it's a time to take a break and relax and, decompress.
Well, as they say here, the draft can finally begin now that Caleb Williams, as expected, is off the board. Do you expect here, and Doug jumping in with some stars, thank you, buddy, saying hopefully our bridge to a winning franchise QB becomes clearer by the end of the week. Hopefully clearer by the end of the night, my dog. That's what I'm saying here. And if William James Baker, guys, honestly, for example, wouldn't mind trading back to between 14 and 18, then trade back again to 1924 if it means we get 5 or 6 picks. Yeah, I mean, it's really weird because you've got this competition of draft impulse disposition. George Payton's impulse is to trade back, stockpile, whereas Sean Payton's impulse is to trade up. And he's done so in the first round what was it, Eric? I think Sean Payton as a head coach has traded up in the first round. He's traded in the first round 4 times, all of which were trade ups.
Yeah, I think so. And kind of go back a little bit about the whole thing about teams taking so long. A lot of that is the networks. They have them hold off on the picks. Caleb Williams' pick, it's been in. It wasn't the Bears deciding. Networks have them wait, have the NFL wait to announce picks because they want the ad revenue and all that. And the NFL also likes to hold it out a little bit. So that's about why. But yeah, I mean, it's just I'm sorry, I forgot. I lost my train of thought there.
That's okay. We'll segue out of this bad boy. And Zach, it's bad enough when you go to a Broncos game and, they stop play. The TV guys come out, they do their thing. They're signaling when and how play can resume. You got to also deal with that when you're trying to make a draft pick. I guess that's life in the 13 billion per year nut that is the NFL.
I guess, but to your point about Sean Payton and George Payton have, diverting draft agendas, Ty would go to Sean Payton. If he wants to move up, he would have final say and the Broncos would move up, and it could come at the cost of their future. I read that they don't have the capital this year, obviously, but they could dip into future picks, 2025 picks, because they're well stocked there. Again, if Sean Payton wants his guy, he's going to get his guy. It's just a matter of who and where.
Indeed. Let's see. Caleb Williams still doing his talking on the stage, looking excited. Is it fait accompli here, Eric, that Washington takes Jaden Daniels? Are you comfortable with him as a number 2 overall pick? Like if this was the Broncos and they had carte blanche of everything that remains from here on out, would you be comfortable with Jaden Daniels as the number 2 overall pick?
No. And on that note, there were some reports today that Jaden Daniels is actually the quarterback that the Broncos wanted to move up for, which I kind of don't buy that just because everything Sean Payton has said about what he looks for in a quarterback is the complete opposite of Jaden Daniels. For me, Jaden Daniels, it's that 1-year wonder thing. We saw multiple years of him at Arizona State where he really struggled. He did make strides this year, but he had two of the top 4 receivers playing for him. I believe one of his tackles is expected to be a top 10 pick next year. Like he had plenty of talent around him, and how much of that really carried him and lifted him up. I still think he's a good prospect. I would still consider him he's still a first round, and I think he's inside my top 12. But second round is a bit rich for me, but that just seems to be the way Washington wants to go.
They got 2.5 minutes left till the clock runs out, but it'll be interesting. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, Zach, that the presumptive number 2 overall pick was not Jaden Daniels. It was Drake May, so like what changed there? I want your thoughts and Eric on this too.
Well, then we heard it was JJ McCarthy. It's just every draft cycle, the quarterbacks get tied at different places and you never really know where anyone's going to land because it's filled with such smoke and such lies and deception. I think all along, though, Washington had their eye on Jaden, and I'm with Eric. I don't think of all the major 4 or 5 quarterbacks, 6 quarterbacks in this class, Jaden is the least attractive to Sean Payton just because of the way he plays.
Yeah, this was something I forgot to do this. Scott's like, hey, grab a simulator to keep on screen, etc. What could we use? What should we use the PFF one, Eric, so everyone knows who's still on the board as we're marching through? How does that? Because we make the picks, right? We can just open up PFF mock draft simulator. Hey, Lance, do me a favor. You know how to do share screen function in StreamYard, right? Well, actually, I'm going to. I'll take care of that. We'll get it going. We're early enough in this that we can kind of roll with the punches, but I will get it going here. That's a good call, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Lawrence. Okay, let me see here. Let's grab a few. Let me see real fast. What are you saying? Yeah, Lance is going to grab it. Just get it queued up for me, dude. That would be very, very helpful. Ronnie Ray, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Buckham indeed, my dog. And yes, new beginnings. Here comes the commander selection. I haven't looked at Twitter. Have you guys? You guys probably already know I haven't looked at Twitter yet on this one.
Yeah, it's who you think it is.
Jaden Daniels,
wonky elbow and all.
Yeah, what's up with that elbow, Eric?
I don't know. It's weird, but I can't remember if it was you or Zach who made the comment, but there was a comment about when it comes to Washington and Jaden Daniels that I was told back just right before the combine that Washington covets Jaden Daniels because to Dan Quinn, that is the one quarterback he doesn't want a game plan for out of this class. And I remember sharing this with, Nick, Lance, Carl behind the scenes. And my comment was, how often do we hear that, oh, we don't want, from a defensive minded head coach, we don't want to defend for this guy, only to see that player not work out in the NFL.
Right. So here's how it looks, by the way. So Lance, just correct me if I've got this right so people understand what they're seeing. This is like an open mock draft where we can choose the pick for every team. That way we can dictate. In reality, it reflects the players who have not only heard their name called, but the guys who are still on the board. So in the chat, as we kind of march deeper into the first round, if there are requests to see, this position group, that position group, who's on the board, etc., let us know. But as you can see here, according to PFF's rankings, the next best player is, of course, Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State, the receiver, followed by Drake May. Keep going. Then Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt. Let's see, Bowers at 7, Cooper. They've got Cooper, Eric ranked, Cooper DeJean. Is it DeJean or DeJean? Either way, as the top corner in the class, barely, I guess, over Quinion.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus. They're great at what they do. I love some of their advanced stats. But this is one where I come away questioning it. It's not that DeJean is bad, but I think
I got them both wrong.
Terry and Arnold, it's just a huge value differential from my opinion and everything I've heard. Arnold is widely viewed as the number 1 guy. He's my number 2. And for PFF, he's number 3 with DeJean this high. Very interesting to say the least.
All right. So it's gone basically as expected up to this point with Caleb Williams 1, Jaden Daniels 2. What are you seeing? What do you think?
Is in, boys.
Yeah.
What's your prediction here, Zach, and then Eric?
My prediction's a quarterback whose initials are DM.
You concur, Eric?
It wouldn't be a prediction for me. I've seen the tip.
Yeah, it's looking like it's. I just popped over to Twitter to take a gander. Yeah, it's going to be Drake May. So
I can't help it, Chad. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Tip picks.
It's okay. I mean, it's we're not reviewing major motion pictures here. I don't think, where people get all up in arms over spoilers and whatnot. So it's all good. But Drake May. So this is the pivotal point. We know Monty Ossenfort, the GM in Arizona, put out the signal publicly. I mean, if he put it out publicly about the time of the NFL owners meetings, that was internally throughout the NFL, something everybody knew for a long time, that they're open to dealing out of that spot, but they haven't yet. So what happens here, Eric?
I think it's Marvin Harrison Jr. with Cardinals staying put. Marvin Harrison Jr. only traveled and took a 30 visit with 2 teams, Arizona being one of them. And everything throughout the whole process has been Arizona wants Marvin Harrison Jr. They would be fine with Malik Neighbors, but that is why from what I understand, they didn't want to move past 6. And the whole point of the Giants moving up was to get Drake May, not JJ McCarthy. So I think at this point, unless they feel they can move down with Minnesota and then move back up to 5 and get Marvin Harrison Jr., I see them staying pat and taking MHJ.
Yeah, I was going to say the same about Ossenfort, Eric. I don't know if you saw that video that was floating around on Twitter of him working last year's draft and trading down, then trading back up. That's what he typically likes to do. So if they don't stay at 4, which I think they will, they might move down to 6 and still get a good player. But I'm with Eric. I think they'll take the best receiver here.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to paste into the chat for those of you, if you want. This is Erick Trickel's rankings by position, and it's really cool because even if you don't utilize it while we're live right now, this is a document I would highly advise bookmarking, because as the Broncos march through the draft and they get players maybe you're not as familiar with here or there, whatever it is, you can not only see where they're ranked according to Trickel's research and study of the class, but most of them will have an associated, you click on the name, it's a hot link to their scouting report in the Finding Broncos series at milehighhuddle.com. So I just pasted that in the chat. Let's catch up with, we got a couple supers we haven't grabbed here yet. Sam Bam again, thank you, brother. It's just funny how last year I wasn't really watching the draft, just following, since the Broncos didn't have a first round pick. Now I'm watching every second intensely. Yeah, I hear you, man. Like if you can, I'm nerdy enough to where even if I didn't do this for a living, guys, I'd probably be watching the first round draft or first round of the draft, even if the Broncos weren't in it. But I feel you, my friend. Doug, what are the thoughts on the all new uniforms? I appreciated the 77 throwback with Gratishar going into the hall. Thanks. Yeah, brother. We talked about this, whatever it was, Zach, Monday night. We shared our kind of reactions. I don't understand the hate. You can't please everybody, generally speaking, when it comes to, fashion designs, uniforms fall under that. But remind everybody, Doug's asking here, Zach, and I'll let you jump into Eric. But Zach, your thoughts on the new uniform designs?
Well, they knocked the throwbacks out of the park. Those get an A++ for me. The other uniform, I don't hate them, but I don't love them. They're like a C. They're pretty average to me. I don't understand getting up in arms anyway about what these players are wearing. I just want the Broncos to win football games, Doug. That's kind of where I fall.
Yeah, I think they're ugly. I mean, I don't have a fashion sense whatsoever, but I think they're ugly. I hate the fascination with the triangles, though I get what they're going for with it. That's really weird. And the color combinations with some of them are off to me. Love the throwbacks. Throwbacks were a home run, like grand slam, whatever. The rest of them, just not my cup of tea.
I don't have the names of each, design in front of me right now, but was it the midnight blue or something? Whatever the blue combination of the new design. I like that one, Zach.
Whatever one Garrett Bowles is wearing, they need to never wear in an NFL game. It looks god awful. Burn it.
Really? Let me find it.
Please don't. Oh my God, is it bad? Maybe it's just Bowles modeling it, not to,
Quentin Caldwell jumping in. What's going on, big dog? Good to see you. Been with us a long time. Definitely not your first draft at MHH. Saying hey to everybody. We made it to the draft finally. That's a fact. We're here. It's happening. Drake May, I'm watching these stats, I'm watching it from NFL.com. And Eric, he did a lot of running around, right? And there's been a lot of skepticism that whether or not his body type will allow for that to translate to the next level in the NFL. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, body types are always, difficult because there's always the possibility of adding some mass, adding some bulk to it, but you got to have the frame for it. And that's been one of the questions is, does he have the frame to add more mass or bulk without losing some of the athleticism that he brings? And yeah, I mean, that's the question with everybody is, do they have the frame to add more mass when they're undersized?
I'm trying to find the Garrett Bowles image here, Zach. I'm looking for the reminder. We're not going to do the share screen because Lance has us set up here with the board, the big board. But I just want a reminder here. I'm almost there. There we go. Now I'm within striking distance.
He looks like a little kid whose mom dressed him for school in the morning.
Oh, okay. The Mile High collection. Yeah.
It's more like the Mile High collection. It's pretty bad.
I can't find it on Twitter. Where is it? I know is it a video clip or an image?
No, it's the whole image of every player like in the different uniforms, and he's like on the left of it, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Let me I see it. Well, I see one here where he's got the blue. He's sitting and he's got the blue and the white pants. Is that the one you're thinking with the white helmet?
I'm pretty sure he's standing, but
okay, hold on.
Different strokes, Chad. You might like it. I just think it's terrible.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. Oh, I see it now. I see it. So the one you're talking, he's got the blue top and the orange pants with orange socks and white helmet.
Yes.
So it looks very college football. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't know any better at first glance, you'd think that's Boise
He looks
State.
like the dude from Spaceballs. Like it's not a good look for an NFL football player.
We break for no one. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Love that stuff. But good to see you. And by the way, Carl's in the green room. We got to start bringing in the dudes here pretty soon. Lance has been a patient boy, and as you can see, the pick is in for the Cardinals.
Yep.
Marvin, you were right, Eric. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. So that, hey, it pushes the quarterback a little bit farther, a little bit closer to the Broncos. We know that the Chargers aren't going to take one here, Zach.
No, but they might trade up or trade down with the team that is looking for a quarterback. That's my worry. I mean, I would prefer that McCarthy slides a little more. I think he's a better prospect, obviously, than Bo Nix, even though he's not everyone's favorite. But we have to watch out here for the Vikings and maybe even the Giants coming up.
I'm still laughing over Spaceballs, dude. Like, that got me. I wasn't expecting that. Eric, you're a Star Wars nerd. What are your thoughts on Spaceballs? Just quickly.
Love the movie. I love, like, every Mel Brooks movie I've seen. I absolutely love. Dude is creative and funny.
Yeah, they don't make them like Mel Brooks anymore. That's for sure. Good stuff. Okay, so Lance is going to continue updating the big board so we can see. But, I mean, for the most part right now, nobody needs a reminder. First 4 names off the board: Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr. And so that brings up the Chargers. Eric, if they don't trade out of this spot, what do you see the Chargers doing?
It could be a surprise. There was a big change in the odds for J.C. Latham out of Alabama, the tackle, for going to the Chargers here. I think that Neighbors would be a good option for them because their wide receiver room is garbage. But they want to protect Herbert. They want to be a more physical running team. J.C. Latham fits that. If they trade down, obviously Minnesota, the big hiccup there has been, will they include 23 to get up there? And word has been that they don't want to include it. And then there's also been some speculation that JJ McCarthy isn't really the quarterback that they want. This is where the draft like really starts, depending on what the Patriots did at 3. But they did what a lot of people were starting to expect. Arizona and Marvin Harrison Jr. That was a terribly kept secret for a few months now. So Chargers, so many ways that they can go.
Zach, it would kind of be on a much higher level, but could you imagine Jim Harbaugh kind of pulling a Josh McDaniels and going, I have a franchise quarterback, but he's not my franchise quarterback, and taking JJ McCarthy and then trading away Justin Herbert? Is that even within the realm of the plausible?
The difference is with McDaniels and Harbaugh is Harbaugh has $100 million plus dead money hit that he'd be staring down by shipping away Herbert. And I don't know that he would go even for his boy. He has a sure thing, one of the best QBs in the league. And as good as McCarthy was in college, there's always the question is he going to transfer over to the NFL and reach the potential that, Harbaugh extracted out of him?
It looks like the Cardinals are celebrating that's the Cardinals. I forget what I was just going to say. I was about to say Chargers, but no, I'm tripping. I'm trying to keep one eye on the broadcast and what's going on here in front of us. But let me check back on the chat here. And Carl and Lance, guys, just stay patient. We're going to bring you on here shortly. Trust. Okay, let me see some of the most immediate thoughts here. Yeah, Jared, not with that dead cap talking about Herbert going anywhere. And yeah, as Glenn says, this is where the draft begins. What the Chargers do will dictate. You think Alt? What do you think? You think maybe Alt there, Eric?
So the big question with Alt is he is widely viewed as a left tackle only, and everything has been that the Chargers don't really want to move Rashawn Slater from the left tackle spot. Maybe they think that they can flip Joe Alt to the right side, but I think that's a little bit of a hiccup there. It's why I think, the gambling turning towards the odds makers turning to JC Latham kind of fits, is because he is a right tackle or a guard. And so he's more of that natural guy to just step in instead of having to try to flip everything and relearn technique. I mean, I've said it multiple times, flipping sides isn't easy. It's like trying to learn to wipe your butt with the opposite hand. And so it might be difficult for them to do that.
That reminds me of Game of Thrones, that scene with Jaime Lannister. You guys watch that at all? I know Eric did. Zach, did you ever watch Thrones?
I never got into it. I know I'm weird.
He's an expert swordsman, loses his right hand. He's a right-handed swordsman. And then he laments, I can't be a swordsman anymore. Because they're like, well, just train you with your left and become that great. And he's like, I can't even wipe my own, what? I can't even do that with my my left hand. How am I supposed to be a pro swordsman? Anyway, Taylor Christensen, good to see you, big dog. Seems like we're staying at 12. Well, we'll see. So far, they doesn't look like they're moving up, but we're starting to get into that zone here, Eric, where the cost of the top 3 is one thing. Trading to say a 6. We'll see if the Giants are really in the quarterback market or not. We'll find out sooner than later here. But then you get to 8, you get to 9. There are some possibilities there for trade ups coming up here very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, there's a lot of teams that want to move up into, right from about 9 to, 15, 16. They want the picks of the tackles because there's a group there, the corners, what receivers are left if one falls, maybe Brock Bowers if he falls past 10. So there's a lot of options for it, and there's a lot of teams wanting to move up, and I think that it can lead to a really good deal for the Broncos to move back.
Yeah, go ahead and click that, Chad.
It's reporting. Let me get that off the. What am I doing here? The reporting is the Chargers are not trading out. They are making a pick here. So we'll see.
I just read on Twitter too that the Giants and the Vikings made last-ditch trade efforts for the Patriots pick at number 3. The Broncos weren't named among them, so maybe there is something to them not moving up. Maybe they are staying at 12.
Real quick, just some housekeeping for everybody, and I see a lot of people watching on X. Good to see you guys. YouTube going off as you always do for us. We got a few Twitchers. We got a lot of people on Facebook. But this is a reminder or a notice, let's call it, to the Facebook people. Once the Broncos pick is in, Zach and I will give some immediate reaction, but then we're going to bounce out because we've got to get articles going and covering it from the written side of things for MHH. And then at that point, we will be Eric's going to keep going with Lance, Carl. It's going to be great. Nick will check in here at some point tonight as well. But at that point, we will have to kill the connection to Facebook on the stream. So the live stream is going to continue going through the first round. But if you're a Facebook viewer, just go over to Mile High Huddle YouTube, and it will continue over there. But that's just a little heads up, kind of pre-warning here. Okay, let me see where we're at here. We got Taylor. Yep, LA staying put. Let's see if is there any leakage. Oh, they're taking Notre Dame Joe Alt at 5. That's who's going here, Eric.
Yeah, I saw ended up being a fake account that I saw that said Neighbors going to him. That I didn't catch didn't do my normal double checking on that. And they're going with the offensive tackle. They must feel confident that they can flip him and get that technique down to work on the right side.
I got bamboozled too. I saw your comment and I was like, okay, Malik Neighbors is the pick, and then it wasn't. Switcheroo.
Hey, you can be forgiven when you're juggling a million different things on a live stream. So, according to PFF's rankings, the best available player for the Giants right now, best available player, Giants on the clock, is the wide receiver out of LSU, Malik Neighbors. So this is kind of one of the domino moments of truth in this particular draft relative to the quarterback hunt. Are the Giants okay with their situation? Are they going to kind of keep going down the road they're at quarterback, live to fight another day? Or is this where they go, you know what, we have a chance to take national champion quarterback JJ McCarthy. We're going to go ahead and take that. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, there's been a lot of that they've been all in on Drake May, not so much JJ McCarthy, especially for Brian Daboll's offense. We'll see if that was smoke and mirrors, but if they don't go JJ McCarthy, I do think that this is actually where we see Malik Neighbors go. They've been linked with him for a long time.
We can hope. I hope that's how it shakes out, Zach. I hope they don't take a quarterback, the Giants, at 6.
I hope they don't either, and I don't see why they would. I never really understood that. If they're that desperate to move off of Daniel Jones, they paid him all that money, and I would understand that. But then you go out and trade for Drew Lock, where I thought that kind of took him out of the market for a QB in the first round. Maybe they take a shot later on, like a Rattler or somebody else in the B tier, but I think a receiver makes a lot of sense because who is the quarterback throwing to in New York?
Right. You got to have some weapons. I almost forgot that Drew Lock signed with the Giants. Like our boy, taking his talents to the Big Apple. We'll see if lock derangement syndrome follows him there. It didn't seem to follow him to Seattle, so maybe he's finally free of that. It's tough to be a quarterback in Denver if you're not bringing home the bacon, so to speak. Okay, we're at 45 minutes here on the live stream. We got, it looks like Joe Alt about to be announced for the Chargers. The Giants next up on the clock. Man, they're, Dan saying Giants are over Daniel Jones. I don't know. If and here's the announcement. Yep, Joe Alt. Okay. I don't know, man. Like, as Zach just mentioned, they did recently pay him, and they have one of the top offensive-minded head coaches, ostensibly, in the NFL, to where, with the investment, they're probably talking themselves into giving it one last bite at the apple this year with Jones, because if it doesn't work, teams that don't have competent quarterback play, I mean, those are the teams you're seeing picking usually like right about now, top 5, top 10. So they could, say, hey, we're going to give it one last try with Daniel Jones. And if it doesn't work, we'll be geared up and ready to pounce in 2025.
I just couldn't imagine passing on a better quarterback prospect because you have Daniel Jones.
I know.
Had someone more talented or at least more consistent, more reliable, I'd say okay, but we'll see.
What about Jeff saying here, Eric? What about Bowers? It's kind of weird. People don't know, is he a tight end? Is he just a big receiver? He can't block. Where does he? Do you think he could go that high in this draft?
I think this is a little bit high. I think that there's a good chance he goes top 10, but I'm not quite sure. Top 9 is how high he goes, unless a team moves up for him. He's a great player. He's a great prospect. Blocks better than what a lot of people think. He's not a liability as a blocker. I mean, he's effective, not great at it. But the issue is the value of the tight end position. It's just not what it used to be, which pushes him down quite a bit.
I remember when we were at the Combine in 2019, that was the class. Daniel Jones, first round pick. Drew Lock tumbles out of the first round. But anyway, when we're up there, Drew Lock gets up on the podium, obviously has a comfortability talking to the media in a big throng, charismatic, kind of does his thing. Daniel Jones gets up there, and he was just like weird and awkward, like the in-person vibe coming off of him and just talking to him in between stuff. It seemed like maybe it was going to be all too big for him. And I got to tell you, I was surprised that he started having some success in the league. I didn't see it happening, but the step back, it's unfortunate. But the Giants, man, they got to make a decision here. Like, are you going at it one more time, or have you called the spade a spade and realized we need a quarterback?
From what I don't know if I'm getting bamboozled again, but I'm reading on Twitter that their pick is in, and it's not a quarterback. It is Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, this is good.
Cooler heads prevailed.
This is good. This is good. Eric, what are the implications of another non-quarterback going here at pick 6 overall?
I mean, it helps Denver, but they still have Minnesota to compete with, and Minnesota is in a better position to move up because they have that 11th pick, and they have that extra first round pick to help them be willing to give up a little bit more. And Denver doesn't have that second round pick. And the question is, where do they move up? I think number 7 now with Joe Alt off the board. If Minnesota or Denver wants to get up, this is where you want to call, because Atlanta seems pretty locked in on a certain guy. And then number 9 after that is the possibility of moving up. But a lot of teams want to get up there for, a wide receiver that seems to be falling a little bit.
The Jets at 10 could be another trade up spot for the Broncos and not have to give up anything if McCarthy falls that far, if the Broncos want McCarthy. I was just thinking Atlanta could be a decent spot because what they have, the Broncos do that Minnesota doesn't, is Sean Payton's former relationship with their GM, Terry Fontenot, who was in New Orleans with him, is now the GM in Atlanta, could call in a favor, could be more inclined to help him out versus Minnesota. But Eric's right. This is where the pedal meets the metal for the Broncos moving up, and the Vikings as well.
Exciting stuff. I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much here because there's a lot a lot that could happen between now and number 12 overall, but the implications are good up to this point. All right, let me jump back into the chat, see some of your guys' thoughts here. Yeah, I mean, questions on, let's see. Let me see what you, yeah, this is a story while we're waiting for additional news here. Zach Wilson gets the number 10 for his jersey, right? He chose that today. Zach, you had the article for us, but yes. Sonny goes, if the Broncos take Nix, it'll be the fastest number gets changed in history, et cetera, et cetera. But do you like number 10 on Zach Wilson, boys? Zach, you first.
I don't really care. I mean, it would have been better for the fans to have number 3 so they can keep their jerseys from the rust disaster, but 3 was taken by Will Lutz. 10 was available. They couldn't have 11 because that's Gucci. He couldn't have 1 because I think that's Tremont Smith. He couldn't have 2 because that's PS2. I looked into it. He's the first Broncos QB since 1982 to wear number 10. The last 3 players that wore it were all wide receivers: Jerry Jeudy, Emmanuel Sanders, and Jabbar Gaffney.
That's right. Old Jabbar Gaffney, the former Patriot that McDaniels brought in. Glenn saying, someone pull a Spaceballs and jam Minnesota's phones so we can get JJ. Indeed. Yeah, we've got some good stuff going here. Anytime you can work a Mel Brooks movie into your draft talk, I'm here for that. Eric wants to know about trading Courtland Sutton and the number 12 to number 9 with the Bears to get McCarthy. What is that plausible, Eric?
I think the Bears are pretty content with the wide receiver room that they want. And with their situation with picks, they seem to want more picks to move down instead of a player. I would not be surprised if either today or tomorrow Courtland Sutton is traded. I'm just not sure if it's used in a trade up tonight.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Up to this point, since they benched his boy, Courtland Sutton, Zach, doesn't seem to be too stoked on the Broncos. They could fix that by just adding some guaranteed dollars to his already existing contract, not necessarily giving him more money, but just guaranteeing more of that $13 million salary this year.
No, I'll take the 4th round pick. Thank you. And if Courtland Sutton wants to go play with Russell Wilson again, I'm sure the Broncos can facilitate that. You know, they have Josh Reynolds, who they picked up. They're counting on Marvin Mims to step up. They have Tim Patrick. Courtland had a great season, but he's not exactly an alpha number 1, top 5 in the NFL. The Broncos could overcome his departure.
We got Mike Edel jumping in. Good to see you, big dog. And appreciate you guys being with us as we live stream, kind of just getting geared up for what the Broncos do. Great discussion so far. So thank you, Mike, saying great show, guys. Fingers crossed. Go MHH. Yes, indeed. The dream is still alive. I mean, most mocks had JJ McCarthy well off the board by now. So hope is kindled, much like Gandalf, in Return of the King.
Yeah, everything had the 4 quarterbacks being, and everything I've heard had the 4 quarterbacks being gone by pick 6. Obviously, unexpected things can happen. If there was one quarterback that was going to fall past that mark, it would be JJ McCarthy, just because everything from the Giants had him. If it was May, they probably go May there. JJ McCarthy, he has just been an enigma for a lot of teams and a lot of evaluators, just because of the team he played at. Won a lot of games in high school as well, but he didn't ever have to play in the second half for a whole lot because of how good the Michigan team was. So it just created this weird evaluation, and media, I think, seemed to hype him up a little bit more than NFL teams thought. I still wouldn't be surprised if he goes here in the next few picks with some team moving up, and it does look like the Titans are actually staying put and making a pick.
Hey, Lance, if you want to make that pick for Neighbors, and let's just examine a few of these names here beyond with the Titans next up on the clock.
They made their pick, by the way.
Yeah. Pick is in. Okay.
Yeah. It's Latham, JC Latham.
Okay. Yes. And as my boy Zach just tweeted, now's your chance, Sean, with a picture of McCarthy. So this is the pivot point. This is the pivot point with the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, man. What would you be well, first of all, let me ask you this, Eric. would you be willing to trade up for a JJ McCarthy? What are your thoughts on McCarthy as a prospect and his relative fit in Denver?
I would not be wanting to trade up for JJ McCarthy. He can work the middle of the field, but this is a guy who is better out of the pocket than in the pocket. And Sean Payton, at one of the times he spoke publicly, made a comment about how he kind of wants the quarterback who can work from the pocket and timing and rhythm, which is one of the biggest issues with JJ McCarthy. If he's there at 12, then yeah, I would take the pick. I wouldn't use additional draft capital to move up and get him, though.
What do you think, Zach? I mean, I think you and I we don't get as far out into I don't want to say the weeds, because the weeds make it sound like it's minutia, but like for us, we kind of boil it down to more simplistic priorities, right? Like, do you have a franchise quarterback? No. Do you view JJ McCarthy as a potential franchise quarterback? If the answer to that is yes, I'm okay with moving up a little, but it really depends on what the Broncos' read on him is.
I'll make it even more simplistic. It doesn't matter what I want. I want who Sean Payton wants. And JJ McCarthy is the best quarterback left on the board. If that's Sean Payton's guy, I want the Broncos to do anything it takes to get that quarterback in the building. If it's not the guy, then I'm okay passing on him. But like I said, this is their chance. And we've heard throughout the entire process for months that he's been enamored and drawn and attracted to JJ McCarthy's game. If he wants him, they need to go out and get him. But if he's not 1,000,000,000% convinced, then I'm with Eric. I don't want them to surrender future capital and mortgage the future yet again for a third year in a row. You're muted.
Thank you. We've got our guys queued up and waiting to go. Lance, give me a thumbs up if you're good to go right now. If not, I'll bring on Carl for a second. Okay, let's rotate in. I'm going to bring on Lance for a moment, and then we're going to bring on Carl for a moment while we're waiting to see what happens here with the Broncos, who are picking, of course, at number 12, and we're basically at 8. So, Lance, how are you feeling about the way things are shaking up so far, big dog?
Well, I was actually talking with everybody in the group chat a little bit before we went live, and was like kind of mentally preparing myself for something like the Broncos, specifically targeting Drake May in this. But if a quarterback fell, like, I'm preparing myself for them to move up and go get the guy that they want. And with JJ McCarthy falling down the board a little bit right here, I mean, I'm here for this life if that's what the Broncos are going to do. I'm a little bit different than Eric. I think that this is the one quarterback in this class that I would be comfortable with the Broncos trading up to go and get, because you don't have a whole bunch of capital, but you have a lot of time with a player like JJ McCarthy. He's still very raw. He's still very young. He still has a long way to grow in this process. And you now have Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham behind the scenes. They can go out there and get their head beat in. I'm all right with throwing those guys to the wolves behind with this offense right now. Let JJ McCarthy grow and learn a little bit. That would be the one guy that I would be willing for this team to trade up and go and get, and they're in position to do it right
now. Have we heard anything further on 8? I'm looking through Twitter to see if anything. Oh man, this is where I could see Minnesota making a move. I don't see it though yet up to this point. Zach, what are you seeing? Besides this, make it stop tonight. I love it, dude.
Can you hear the clicking of my mouse as I refresh Twitter over and over? I haven't seen anything yet, and we're waiting. Sweaty palms and all.
So, Eric, if the Falcons stay at 8, what do you see him doing?
Alabama, either Dallas Turner or Terrion Arnold. That seems to be the case. There's been some linkage to Byron Murphy, and I mean Raheem Morris, the Texas coach Sarkarian. Anyways, they were with the Falcons there for a while, back when Dan Quinn was the head coach, and so there has been some chatter that they use that connection, but definitely seems like defense and most likely Dallas Turner.
What about a potential trade up from a team in the 18 to 24 range, looking for a receiver here that's kind of fallen down in Rome Odunze? Is that a potential possibility coming up the pike here, Eric?
I mean, it's always possible that you can see something like that. I am not sure the Atlanta Falcons want to go go that low.
What? Jordan Schultz is reporting the Falcons are taking Michael Penix Jr.
What?
That's,
he got hacked.
That's, he got hacked. It's the guy though. So maybe he did. It says source Falcons are drafting Michael Penix.
It's Penix.
It's Penix.
Wow.
Get Scott in here now.
Oh, dude, Scott's probably freaking out. So Scott, Falcons guy, and he just had a really good worked hard with his independent site. Sports Illustrated hired him to do the Falcons site, so like there's the Broncos site, MHH on Sports Illustrated. Scott's now doing the Falcons site on top of everything he does with us. So he's busy live streaming right now. I think Nick's with him. They're going to be like tripping on that. But hey, what are the implications of that, Eric? Michael Penix, did anybody see that happening before JJ McCarthy? I mean, crying out loud.
Yeah, everybody I talked to had Penix in the second round. Not sure what Atlanta saw. I mean, they just gave that big contract to Kirk Cousins.
Crazy.
And Penix isn't really a young guy. He's one of the older quarterbacks, and he's not really a guy that you'd have to spend time to develop. And on top of that, he also doesn't really fit with what they want to do offensively. This is a head scratcher because JJ McCarthy, I think, is a better fit, and just everything younger, more to work with, doesn't have the health concerns. So I really am questioning what it is that they see in Michael Penix or don't see in JJ McCarthy for them to make this pick.
It's crazy.
So this moves Kirk Cousins to the Broncos now, doesn't it, boys?
For what it's worth, Carl, who we're going to bring on here in just a minute. In fact, who cares? Let's just get us all on the screen. Carl, you're saying that. What's up, bro? It's so good to see you in that glorious beard. I love it every time I see it. I just want to like touch your beard. Don't make it weird, guys. It's just one man admiring another man's beard. But you're reporting here, Albright, or you're telling us in the private chat, Albright says the Broncos are higher on Nix than McCarthy as far as their board.
Yeah. So he's been saying that for a while, that the Broncos have not been high on McCarthy. I don't know. It's obviously the quarterback reports have been all over the board. You got Peyton Manning earlier this week talking about JJ McCarthy and that he thought the Broncos had a lot of interest in him and McCarthy had a lot of interest in the Broncos. So it just, like I said, it's kind of all over the place. It's hard to know what is real with the Broncos. They've done a good job of keeping things behind the curtains at this point. But yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if they traded up to pick 9 here. It also wouldn't surprise me to see them wait till the end of the first round, go into the second round, maybe Bo Nix. I don't know. I mean, I didn't see Michael Penix going 8 overall either. So it's just this draft seems like one of the more unknown drafts I've seen in a long time.
It goes back to that. It's like Eric, Zach. Now I'm already forgetting who said what. We've been on about an hour, a little over an hour now. But all it takes is one team falling in love with the guy to make him a first rounder, and then it doesn't matter what the draft Nick said. Doesn't matter what the talking heads, the media guys like us say. He's a first rounder.
It would have been hilarious though if Michael Penix was Sean Payton's guy and he just went eighth overall. They're going to have
bring him in for that top 30. So there was some smoke there.
It just seems like he was the one quarterback you didn't hear really connected to the Denver. You heard every other guy, but there was not a lot of smoke around Penix. I just didn't foresee 8th, man. That's crazy.
It doesn't seem like Falcons fans are too stoked on the Penix pick. For understandable reasons. You just went all in on a big contract for Cousins, and you would think, hey, even John Elway in 2012 was wise enough to go, you know what? We'll use our second round pick. What was it? They traded back out of the first, took Wolf at the beginning of round 2, and then took Brock Osweiler later in the same round 2, if I'm remembering 12 correctly. But you would think they could probably have used an impact player at another position So I could understand why Falcons fans, Eric, might not be too stoked right now. Some of them anyway.
Yeah, 4 years, 180 million, 100 million guaranteed for Kirk Cousins. That isn't just a commitment for the next year or two. That is a commitment, I believe, with the way it's structured, for the next 3 years. And Michael Penix, I believe, turns 25 during the season. Like
he turns 24 May 8th, I believe, is what it is.
He's still one of the older guys. 25 is often viewed as that the premier age for quarterbacks, that you kind of want to know what you have in them or don't. It's not much to say except for this is a stunner.
I'm happy for him though. You know, it's a really cool story. All the adversity he overcame with the injuries, you know, leading Washington to the national championship game, obviously coming up short. It's a cool moment for him, man. Hearing your name called in the first round A, in the top 10 B. I mean, hey, props to Michael Penix Jr.
One thing though,
go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you want Bo Nix at 12 overall, and I know there's some people in the chat that do, this pick can help make that happen, especially if Peyton does have Bo Nix higher than JJ McCarthy.
Yeah. It's Lance, just dumbfounding. Yeah, it's just dumbfounding to me. Like, quite honestly, everybody was like, you know, Atlanta's on defenders. It was Dallas Turner. It was Terrion Arnold. It was potentially even Byron Murphy or Johnny Newton out of Illinois. Like, they were always on defenders, and that's like the flow of information coming out of Atlanta was a major red herring to everybody. I mean, it wasn't just us here at Mile High Huddle. It was everybody at ESPN, NFL Network, the Draft Network guys. Everybody that covers the draft had the Falcons going with a defender of some kind, or potentially even trading out for number 8 overall. And here we are watching an older quarterback, like, you know, Eric kind of brought up there, going into a situation where you have a multi-year what's the word I'm looking for? A multi-year extension with an expectation for a quarterback in Kirk Cousins to be the guy for the next couple of years. Like, this is a shocking pick to me, quite honestly. I never thought that we were going to come this way. So
I got to cut you off, dude, because we got some news. Bears, Eric, your Bears looks like they're taking, they're not trading out. They're making a pick. Who's it going to be?
Rome Odunze, the Washington wide receiver. There was the big thing with them is I thought they would trade down because they wanted more picks, but it was always they wanted Rome Odunze here at 9. It felt like that they would be fine passing on him to get those extra picks. Apparently not. They wouldn't.
Look at how far Lance is having to scroll right now to find.
I'm at 36, guys. I'm at number 36 on the PFF big board.
Oh man. Okay,
Bro,
and then
that Chicago receiving core now is crazy. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, you have Cole Kmet at tight end. Should be pretty interesting though out there in Chi-Town.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like the Broncos are trading up, and if it wasn't for Minnesota chilling right there, you'd have a real warm and fuzzy. But if your heart's set on McCarthy anyway, but it's looking like a guarantee now, of course, that Nix will be there. But then there's all the questions of whether or not he's a first-round caliber guy. Carl, what's your thoughts? I kind of know from Lance, I know from Eric. What are your thoughts on Bo Nix relative to first-round caliber? Where do you have him ranked?
So I probably, of our MHH people, have Bo Nix the highest of any of us. I would probably have him as a top 20 pick. I'm not sure I would take him at 12, but I would still be, if they take him at 12, I'm not going to be upset about the process. Like, you don't want to risk missing your guy. So I get that, you know, and especially with these quarterbacks going off, Penix is gone now. We thought maybe would be there in the second. I get it. And he fits well with what I think Peyton would like to do. He can throw over the middle. He does well with pressure. He works from the pocket well. And so, yeah, I do. I like him. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but on a rookie contract, he can be a top half of the league quarterback, and you can win a lot of games with a quarterback like him.
Sam Bam, prepare not to be shocked any longer because the Vikings traded up with the Jets, and we can all assume they're going to take JJ here. So that dream is officially going to die.
There goes Sam. Thank you for the super chat, big dog. I bet Scott
thanks,
is
Sam.
apoplectic right now, dude. I bet he is just like going off on the Penix thing.
Good for business.
Yeah, so the Vikings just made a move. I wonder what the Jets got out of that. We'll see. But now it comes down to, do the Broncos view Bo Nix as a first-round guy?
Well, do the Minnesota Vikings like Bo Nix a lot? Like, there's another question there. Like, we don't know exactly how everything's going to shake out anymore because we've all been lied to for way too long. Like, nobody knew Michael Penix was going to go number 8. We didn't know that everyone said that if there was a quarterback available for the Giants at number 6 overall, they were going to take a quarterback pretty much no matter what. Like, if they had the guy that they wanted there, which I thought was May, was the one that they wanted the most. But if May was available, obviously he wasn't. They were still going to be able to, like, willing to take a quarterback there. So I don't know, man. The Vikings trading up here, I'm curious as to what they gave up to. And maybe they're not looking at a quarterback here either. Maybe they're looking for an offensive lineman. I mean, they do need offensive line help. They could be looking at Byron Murphy, maybe Dallas Turner. They need edge help as well, pass rush help. So this is an interesting move here. I'm curious to what they gave up to move up one spot.
Here's what they got. They got 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203. That's the trade.
Okay. 10 and 203. That's all right. That's fine. You didn't give up a whole lot, a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick. So, I mean,
it's one spot
to move up. Yeah, one spot. What are you moving up to get there? That's the question that I have here. And obviously everybody else has that same question too. Like, there's about a million different directions that the Vikings can go right now because, again, the quarterback conversation is there. They've been linked to Byron Murphy a lot at number 11 overall. They've been linked to multiple edge defenders. I know they need a cornerback here as well. So maybe they're moving up to go in front of somebody that's trying to get a cornerback here. So it's very fun.
Let's grab this from Michael, jumping in on a super while it's still a relevant question. Thank you, buddy. What are the odds that Nix and McCarthy both are there at 12 and we don't pick either? Well, one of them is going to be gone for show. I mean, is there any? I mean, I guess it's only one spot they moved up, but it's for a quarterback. Let's face it. So we know both aren't going to be there, but it's looking like it's probably going to be Nix, just based on all the pre-draft stuff. But again, if Michael Penix goes number 8, you gotta question some of this stuff. It just goes, here it is, Vikings. Yeah, JJ McCarthy. So that's that. Bo Nix or bust, I guess, in the Broncos search for a franchise guy in this draft, unless you want to just say, we're going to punt and Spencer Rattler or something like that.
Or trade.
Real quick. Williams James Baker again. Thank you for the stars, buddy. Simple now. You trade back at the 2nd rounder, 3rd rounder, and rebuild. To me, it's not that simple. I feel you. Thank you, William James Baker. Appreciate that. I'm gonna always wonder if they don't take Bo Nix right here because I don't know, man. The stars just, you got the Breeze comparisons, which I know, whatever, they're comps, but the obvious schematic fit. Dude's the most experienced quarterback in this class. NCAA record, 61 career starts. He's very athletic. Maybe he doesn't have a plus NFL arm, but neither did Drew Brees, But it all comes down here, Zach, I want to serve this to you. It all comes down to how Sean Payton and George Payton view the issue.
And remember, I was talking about Michael Penix, and I said he was the quarterback it felt like the Broncos were least connected to. Bo Nix is the opposite. If any prospect was linked to the Broncos, the most, it was definitely Bo Nix. There was a report from Tom Pelissero or someone, I don't want to misname them, that said they've been doing their extensive homework on Bo Nix, and this is in the lead up to the draft. And I'm thinking about what Bill Belichick said on Pat McAfee, of all places, last week, that there's a lot of disinformation in the week before the draft, but the closer you get, the more that information becomes legitimate. And if that would be the case and the breadcrumbs are true, then I see the Broncos taking Nix at 12, to some fans' dismay, for sure.
Real quick, I wonder who was competing for that. Why Minnesota felt the need to move up? Like who was about to get that spot? Like
Could be the Broncos.
Could have been the Broncos, dude. Could have been the Broncos. But what was the capital given up again? Do you remember off the top of your head, Zach?
It was 10 and 203 for 11, 129 and 157.
I mean, that Broncos could have done that. I mean, it's one spot difference in the first round, but like whoever, we'll see what the Jets do, but like interesting. I don't know. It's food for thought.
And I think the Jets are going Bowers here. Don't you agree, Eric?
Yeah, I think so. There's been some speculation they'd go tackle because both their tackles are older, injury prone. Yeah. But it's been a lot of they want to make Aaron Rodgers super happy, give him another weapon, and it being Bowers.
You have like 40-year-old Tyron Smith on the blind side for Aaron Rodgers.
It sounds like they're all right with rolling with those guys. Quite honestly, they want to help out Aaron Rodgers as much as they possibly can. I mean, Odunze was an option for them in terms of a trade up, but I know that Rodgers likes Bowers a lot, and with Raheem Morris and that coaching staff, obviously they invested a lot in Aaron Rodgers to come in and win some football games, and that went awry 4 snaps into the season last year. But this is pretty much the last shot for those guys over in New York. Like, if it doesn't work this year, it sounds like pretty much everybody's going to be gone. So they're rallying behind Aaron Rodgers to make sure that he's comfortable, has as much help as he possibly can get, and roll into 2024 with their jobs on the line, essentially.
And I'm trying to wrap my brain around if that was the Broncos that the Vikings were competing with or felt the need to, like, why would, if you were that sold on McCarthy, to me, that was something that was, you could live with that. You could have competed in that arena. Maybe it wasn't the Broncos, you guys. Maybe it wasn't the Broncos that were that compelled Minnesota to have to move up like that.
Yeah, if you had him as a top 10 pick and one of your top 3 quarterbacks on the board for your team, you would have made that trade probably pick 7 or 8 if you could have. You would have been calling up from pick 5 on. And it sounds like that was not the case with the Broncos. I know there's still other quarterback needy teams behind the Broncos that I'm sure, you got the Raiders, you've got Seattle that's been linked to some quarterbacks, even the Rams. Some people have talked about them wanting to get their quarterback of the future with Matthew Stafford. I think he's been in the league, 16 years now. So it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't the Broncos, especially, like I said, if that's all you're giving up is a 4th and 5th round pick and getting a 6th round pick back, that's nothing.
Wait.
Sean Payton would have made that trade.
I would think so too. Who did the Jets take? Because the Broncos are on the clock.
I haven't seen that. I haven't
seen anything either, but I'm seeing reports Broncos are on the clock. Scouring Twitter. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, well, we'll find out soon enough. You
got Glenn Ashley over on Facebook saying that Twitter saying the Jets have taken Bowers, so that could be there. I'm not going to confirm that until I see something otherwise. No offense to Glenn here, but that's what it looks like so far.
All right, we'll see. We won't have to wait too long. All right, in the meantime, let me jump in to the chat and see how everybody's feeling real quick here while we're waiting. Well, let's just say the Broncos aren't convinced on Nix. They take Quinion Mitchell or they whatever, or trade back. But let's just assume they're going to make their pick. How are you guys feeling about that next crop? Like, who would be the priority for you, Eric, quarterback wise, if you were going to say, we're going to examine that when we get to pick 76?
No one. Earliest I would take a quarterback at this point if it's not Bo Nix here at 12, or they trade down and risk losing Bo Nix. Michael Pratt, maybe round 4. After that, I don't know, maybe you take a shot on Davius Richards, I think, or Richard Davius. I can't remember his name, late. I know that at the Shrine Bowl. Davis Webb worked with Tungo Vailoa, and there were some comments that he liked him. So maybe that's their late round guy they take. But as I was saying earlier, this isn't a great quarterback class after you get past the top few.
So pick is in, boys.
Yeah, Breer reports it's the Penn State offensive tackle.
Fashanu. So Bowers and Nix on the board. And every defensive player.
Yeah, but like again, your cart before the horse. You take Bowers there. I understand the impulse, weapon, all the things you could do with that cat. But like again, how much did that avail? Broncos had some offensive talent in the post Peyton Manning era. Didn't avail them. If you don't have the quarterback, dude, you're dead in the water. Like you're I don't know, man. I'm trying to stay positive on this, but we're about to find out.
I don't know. I'm actually pretty comfortable with the board the way that it sits right now, because coming into this project throughout this entire process, I was always comfortable with one of four players. If the Broncos were going to stay at number 12 overall, it was Brock Bowers still on the board, Byron Murphy still on the board, Dallas Turner still on the board, and Quinion Mitchell. All four of these guys are still on the board. I think that this is a really good opportunity for the Broncos if they're aligning with my thinking here. They could trade down and still get a lot of value here. And I know that there are teams like the Rams. You've got the Eagles who are wanting to trade up to come and get a cornerback. You've got I know the Jacksonville Jaguars are a team looking for a wide receiver to get in front of the Indianapolis Colts. So like there's the board is sitting really well for the Broncos right now. And if they do want to take Nix here, then so be it. But you've got four guys here that can come in and create an immediate day one impact and be a starter for this team at number 12 overall.
Sorry for the dead silence there, guys. I had to finish off a little thought there. Get something out on Twitter. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Let's see what you guys want. Tell us right now. We've got over 1,000 people with us live across the different channels. Dan saying trade back, get a second rounder. Mike Woodward wants Nix. I'm with you on that, my dog. Eric's saying Bowers. DTR wants Nix. I think Todd Osendorf is saying Nix, although it was a typo, and he said nice. Dylan wants Turner. I see some Bowers. Yeah. I just reading the room. I don't know. Maybe it's like, host bias and stuff over all these weeks and months and whatnot. But I don't know, man. How do you think Broncos country will react, you guys, if it's not a quarterback here?
Not well. I mean, it's always that question of until you have the quarterback, the train doesn't leave the station. Unless you've got one of the historic defenses that carries you to a Super Bowl, you have to have that quarterback, at least a top 10 kind of guy, unless they're on their rookie contract. So I get it why everybody is impatient wanting this quarterback. Broncos have there's of course that T-shirt with all the names crossed out of all the quarterbacks and somebody drinking a beer. I'd love to see that end, but I also don't want to reach for a guy just because you need a quarterback. Like you don't want to be desperate. I think of the Paxton Lynch draft where the Broncos were sitting there going, man, we really need a quarterback. We, lost Ostweiler to free agency. Peyton Manning's gone, and they just kind of felt like we got to go get this guy. And they didn't do their research like they should have, but that whole process was terrible. But anyway, still, you don't want to be in that place of desperation. And so if the Broncos pass on quarterback, I hope people understand, like, this is a process. You have to go through it to build up the roster, build up this team, to have a quarterback be successful.
Yeah. This is, I guess, Eric, why they get paid the big bucks, right? In that Broncos front office.
I think
Eric's lost in information translation.
What?
I'm just waiting to hear news here.
I just worry about the Raiders at 13.
Exactly.
So let's run it around the room, guys. Let's see what you guys think. Where do you think the Broncos should go? I'll throw it to Zach here first.
I mean, ideally, I would trade down. I would and pick up a second, but I worry about the Raiders at 13. They love Michael Penix, supposedly. Obviously, he's off the board. They're as desperate for a quarterback as we are. I mean, you could chance it, but if it's Sean Payton's guy, I'm taking him here.
It's picks in. They're not trading back.
Oh,
Bo Nix.
shoot.
Bo Nix.
I owe an apology to Jeremy and Doug.
It's Bo
Yes,
Nix.
baby.
Right.
Got a quarterback. Got a quarterback.
Or Schultz reports it's Bo Nix, you guys. It's Bo Nix.
Ooh.
Finally.
I think,
Got a
like I
quarterback.
said, I'm the highest Bo Nix guy probably in this room. I still probably wouldn't have taken him at 12, but I understand with all these quarterbacks going off, you're probably getting nervous about this idea of trading back. And if, like I said, if you really do like this guy, if you view him as your franchise, you don't take that chance to trade back to get more capital just because you view him maybe as the 20th prospect and thinking, hey, he's going to be there. I don't think he's going to be there anymore with how quickly these quarterbacks have gone.
Hey, so real fast here. Zach and I got to bounce out. So I just want real fast, Zach, leave your gut reaction on Bo Nix, and then we'll sign off here. I'll share mine. Let these guys rock on the first round so we can get to reporting on this stuff. But your reaction to Bo Nix being the 12th overall pick to the Broncos.
I know it's unpopular. I know a lot of people will say they picked him a little too high, but it all starts and ends with the quarterback. You can take a tight end. You can take a whoever. If you don't have the quarterback, you're not going to compete with Patrick Mahomes. And ultimately, that's what the goal is, to go toe-to-toe with the best in the NFL. Now, can Bo Nix be someone that goes toe-to-toe with Mahomes? We don't know, but this is the best possible landing spot for him to realize that potential. If there's any quarterback that's as similar to Drew Brees in this draft class, not saying he will be, but just some similarities, it is Bo Nix, and that's why Sean Payton decided to pull the trigger. And I honestly could not be happier.
Same here. I'm stoked. I've been happy on the prospect of Bo Nix at 12. And again, George Payton talked about kind of the parameters for a reach. And we can only assume that even if they didn't have Bo Nix ranked as a top 12 or 15 guy, he was somewhere, to quote him, in the pod of rankings relative to the value positions to where they felt comfortable taking him here. So to me, that would mean they did have a first round grade on Bo Nix. And so they're taking him right here. But guys, this was a lot of fun. Facebook, we're about to kill the stream to Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook right now, keep the reactions coming in. Zach and I, we're going to dip out for a bit. Maybe we'll be back. But Eric and Carl and Lance, they're going to keep the party rolling here. So stick with us. And thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the show. But Facebook, again, head on over to MHH YouTube, because that's where the stream is going to continue. And then you guys do your thing. Rock around the board. Love you guys. Thanks for all the supers tonight. We will be back. Talk to you guys soon. Love you.
Later, guys.
Yep.
See you, boys.
See ya.
So I want to grab this because I think this is actually a pretty good comment, and one that I can actually agree with Todd on, even though I probably the lowest on Nix out of the three of us. I do agree that Nix is a better fit than JJ McCarthy. I mean, the inability of JJ McCarthy to consistently work in the pocket and out compared to outside of the pocket doesn't fit with what Sean Payton wants at all. And hey, Todd, I am talking to you right now. Don't say I don't want to. But I think that the Michael Penix pick at 8 kind of forced it, because if Michael Penix doesn't go at 8, then they could probably feel comfortable in trading back a little bit and seeing if the Raiders will bite on Michael Penix, the quarterback that they had been linked to the most, or especially over the last couple of days. So I do think that changed it a little bit. And when you see somebody go up to 8, it does force your hand a little bit. And even if the Broncos, maybe they didn't have him as a top 15 player, top 12, not saying they did, not saying they didn't, but if they didn't, that pick could have meant we got to reach a little bit. We got to take the guy. Hopefully he works out. He's a fine fit for Sean Payton, not an ideal fit. I will stand by that, and we'll see what happens. But he's experienced, he's mature, and of these quarterbacks, between him and JJ McCarthy especially, he was the one that can come in and start right away, and that is what the Broncos needed.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you and I have been back and forth on Bo Nix, and Carl, you and I went back and forth on Bo Nix a couple of weeks ago talking about it. And I guess the one hang up that I have here right now is if you're going to go and take Bo Nix at number 12 overall, what's the point of bringing in a guy like Zach Wilson with the upside? And is it just upgrading the room here? Because like Bo Nix, sure, he's ready to step in and start day one. Zach Wilson's a reclamation project. You gave up some extra draft capital to go and get him. They're the same age. Like these guys are still young. They still have a long ways to grow in terms of being football players. And I guess that's the one question I have is how does the dynamic of this room work? Like that's the one thing that I'm not quite sure of how it looks moving forward. We got Riptide jumping in here with the $2 super chat saying, LOL, crying season is going to be fun. Carl, are you crying? Are you stoked with this?
I mean, I'm happy. It's a quarterback, so that's always fun. And any quarterback, especially with Sean Payton, I'm always interested to see what he can do with that kind of quarterback. Now, the Zach Wilson situation, to me, that was just, it's kind of like insurance. Like you don't want it, but you have to have it just in case. And you love it when you absolutely need it. Like if the Broncos struck out on all these quarterbacks, at least you got somebody with a little bit of potential to possibly come in and do something for you this year and then wait till 2025. So I get that kind of move, especially when it only cost you pretty much the value of like a 7th round pick and then the trade up from 6th to the 7th rounder. So like I said, I get it there. And we got Addison Richlet coming in with the 199 saying, no, we just drafted a backup quarterback. Lawrence Rivera with the $2 saying, no, we should have got Bowers. We got 3 nobodies at quarterback. Yeah, this is going to be one of those very polarizing picks. Franklin Peterson with $5 saying, this is effing terrible. He's not worth 12 at all. I'm pissed. Another disaster waiting to happen. So far, it seems like most are siding with this is not good. Well, here we go. Rock Chalk Broncos, $10 saying, Bo Nix, let's freaking go Broncos country. Yeah, this is like I said, he's going to be one of those polarizing players for you. You watch his college tape. It's kind of the most boring college tape you ever watched of a quarterback because like half his throws are worthless in the sense of they're behind the line of scrimmage, screen passes, RPOs real quick. You can take a little bit from those, but not a whole lot. And so to actually find the 5 throws a game that can actually matter when it comes to the NFL, you got to be able to look at those and say, okay, what did he do on these? But even there, like there's still some questions with this. So we got Mike Edel with the $5 saying, very disappointed. Okay, quarterback, too high. And this is, again, it's the value of the quarterback position. You know, when you had 5 go in the first 10, and now you've got maybe one more that's worth a top 50 pick.
Ooh.
All these other quarterback teams are looking at that going, okay, now we got to go get this guy. Yeah. And so I'm sure it did make the Broncos feel a little bit more pressured once Michael Penix Jr. went off the board.
Yeah.
Also helping Bo Nix here is Alex Forsyth. Apparently they spent a lot of time talking with Alex Forsyth about Bo Nix and how he is in the huddle, how he handles the huddle, and just all sorts of stuff like that. And Alex Forsyth had nothing but praise for him. So, you know, does this mean that Alex Forsyth is now the starting center?
That's the first thing that went to my head. Nick, what's up, dude?
Yeah.
How's Scott
good
doing?
to see you guys. Scott was visibly shaken.
There.
Yeah, he was visibly shaken by the Michael Penix pick. Yeah, so the Broncos bringing in Bo Nix, seeing some of the highlights here. Obviously, one of the biggest riser this season. All of those super duper seniors were the COVID extra year guys, and Daniels, Penix, and Nix. And Broncos get the 6th quarterback off the board, and every other pick, half the picks, quarterback so far in the draft. Not a single defensive guy yet, but yeah, Nix was linked a lot with Sean Payton from early in the process, talking about a quick game quarterback. Had a pretty good statistical season from Oregon, a lot of home runs to check downs, a lot of stuff behind the line of scrimmage, but by all accounts, a very smart quarterback, and did a lot of good things over the last 2 years at Oregon. So curious to see. I'll be curious to hear where the Broncos had this board ranked. If they had McCarthy over Nix, they definitely had a chance to go up and get him compared to what the Vikings gave up. But yeah, Broncos made a pick at quarterback, and guess what, guys? The Sean Payton clock starts now. Once you take a quarterback, there's no excuses. So honestly, if it's not playoffs by 2025, I'm probably calling for heads at this point because there's no punting anymore. And also saw a funny comment on Twitter. We'll get to see what Brock Purdy looked like on a bad roster finally with with Bo Nix coming to the Broncos.
Michaela Parker coming in with the $50 super chat. Thank you, Michaela. This one is for Bo. Yeah, I mean it's a big one. I know that from the roundtable mock that you were really wanting a quarterback. Denver got the quarterback, and from what I've gathered, he was quarterback number 3 on their board.
Wow.
So they had him pretty high. They viewed him, loved him every single step of the way. They love the maturity, how he handles himself, and just all of it. They think that the arm is good enough for the NFL for what Sean Payton does, and he can work the offense. He's a fine fit for it. I still, again, don't think he's a great fit, but he's a fine fit. He can work. And yeah, I mean, this quarterback room did get a little bit better. We have 2 of those Auburn quarterbacks, as Bo Nix was there with Jarrett Stidham at the same time. Lawrence Rivera coming in with a $2 donation saying Rhinestone Cowboy City with no cattle. And just to catch up on super chats real quick, we also have David Youngkin. I have faith in Sean a little bit more. Sam Bam coming in. Nice. Might have been a reach, but at least we didn't trade up. Let's go, Bo. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best things for this, Lance, is at least Denver didn't trade up for Bo Nix and didn't feel the pressure to have to trade up for Bo Nix.
Right. Yeah. I mentioned it again, like earlier in the show, like the one quarterback that I was willing to trade up for would have been JJ McCarthy. Obviously they had Nix over McCarthy on their board with him being quarterback number 3. So I'm all right with it. It was not necessarily the first pick. Again, I had Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner, Quinion Mitchell, Brock Bowers ahead of him. But all right, let's go. Let's see what Sean Payton is going to do here, because if you want to play with timing and anticipation, throwing with accuracy over the middle of the field, maybe not driving the football down the field as much as what we would think a Sean Payton offense would like to do, this is the guy. Like this is a good fit. I think it's an all right pick, and let's see what Sean Payton has in store for him, because this is where the clock starts. I'm gonna bounce out for a minute, guys, but I'll be right back.
All right, Mike with a $2 donation saying, "Say hello, Trevor Simeon." Yeah, that has been a comparison that I've heard from some scouts. DTR saying with the $5 saying we got our guy finally. Hashtag Bo knows. Hashtag MHH for life. And jumping off the top rope.
Not me.
Is Deanna Hendry with a $100 donation. As I think Carl and I were playing a click battle there. Yes, Bo Nix is our quarterback. Go Broncos. Now, Nick, I know that you and we were probably the 2 staunchest adversaries for Bo Nix to the Broncos here. I've kind of talked a little bit, I think, before you were able to join, about what Bo Nix can bring. I've made some comments here, trying to force you to be a little bit positive about the pick. How does Bo Nix help the Broncos?
Well, I feel like I did that when I talked before, but he's somebody who's going to be able to play on time. One thing that I caught talking to people, and also Joel Klatt talked about, is just the intelligence Bo Nix brings. He was somebody who did a lot of, there was a clip that Oregon did a lot of really fun media work this last season, but you see the offensive coaches on the sideline being like, wait a second, what did Bo just change to? So they had complete trust in him to run the offense and get them in the right looks, which is something I know the Broncos really struggled with Russell Wilson last season. He protects the football, not a lot of throws in harm's way, and is going to be able to come in and run the offense. And considering what quarterbacks are going for on the market, I mean, I remember a lot of talk of like, a Broncos getting a quarterback this cycle, maybe they'll go get Tua, but Tua's looking for, $40 million a year or something crazy out there. So getting Bo Nix on a cost-controlled contract for 4 or 5 years makes a lot of sense. An underrated athlete. I wish I'd see a little bit more killer instinct sometimes with that athleticism, sticking the foot in, being a hog at the goal line and whatnot, but really does a good job avoiding the negative plays and staying on time. I don't know if we're going to see a superstar from Bo Nix. I don't know if he has that potential. I don't know if he's got that level of arm talent, or I don't see a lot of like special plays from him, but somebody who can do a lot, and underrated athleticism, a good enough arm, and a good frame as well. That's something that I appreciate in a good quarterback. Huge hands, sturdy player, plays strong. So somebody that should be able to come in and run what Sean Payton wants to do.
Yeah, Cody W coming in with the $5 donation saying, I hear a lot of people saying stuff about Bo's arm strength. Do you think with some of the footwork he needs to fix, he can gain some of that arm? Yes. There was a podcast I did a few weeks ago with my good friend, my daughter's godfather, Luke Polglaze, and he actually talked about this a lot. Midfoot force and making sure that you're aligning that midfoot, that arch with your target. That is something that Bo Nix struggles with, and that is something that does take away from your arm strength. If you can clean that up, and then that's great. And who was one of the best guys at doing that was Drew Brees. Drew Brees' footwork was consistently clean, and it added to what was a pretty strong arm and one of the better arms in the NFL there for the longest time, and was able to make up for it towards the end of his career when the raw arm strength kind of fell. The footwork helped cover up for it. He could still make those throws. You clean up that, you start just a little bit of footwork issues. I don't think it makes his arm excellent, but I do think it makes it a little bit better than where it is. I think I said a few weeks ago that I'd put it as a B- or a B. I would, if you can correct that footwork, I definitely think you can raise it up either to that B or B+.
Just a lot of throws where it's flat-footed, when there's not a lot of pressure bearing down, and the ball just skips, especially outside the numbers, where there's no excuse for it to have that little mustard on it. But I do believe I'm in agreement with you that I don't know about the technical aspect like Luke talked about there, but it looks like a lower body issue as well with the footwork. So a little bit upright, something that is hopefully correctable now, being that he's going to be literally the second oldest quarterback drafted since 2010, the most college starts ever. I think it's a little bit harder to talk yourself into what is reasonable as far as correcting mechanics with that many reps already in place. But definitely something to consider with there. So I'm excited to see it. If this is Sean Payton's guy, I always said, I don't personally see the valuation there, but a lot of that is because of the Oregon offense. You had Mariota out there, peppering outside the numbers behind the line of scrimmage, and then doesn't really translate to the NFL. But then you have Justin Herbert, a Ferrari, playing that same offense. Well, just because he was asked to do that doesn't mean that's his best fit at the NFL. So we'll be curious to see what happens with Bo Nix. Again, at the very least, that rookie quarterback contract is going to be good. One thing I will say is that if Bo Nix comes in this year and plays like a bottom 5 quarterback and Denver ends up picking top 5 next year, I don't give a flying horses, whatever, if you take a quarterback in the first round again next year. If you have a chance this year and you don't show it and you have a chance at a better quarterback next year, they don't owe him anything. You get to reevaluate.
Yeah, let him compete, the new quarterback in Bo Nix, see who wins, and roll with that. We have EJ coming in with a huge donation, $50. Thank you, EJ. We appreciate that. Got to support my favorite MHH guys, but to me, a guy that struggles to throw at 55 yards on air in shorts with no rush just seems like a 3rd to 5th rounder as a flyer, not number 12 overall. Now, I was low on Nix, and I didn't even have him that low. Carl, I mean, you're one of the higher guys. We've talked a lot about his positives, the negatives. What is it? What's something fresh that none of us have hit on, in your opinion, that you really like about Bo Nix?
Well, I would say we haven't talked about his ability under pressure. He was one of the top quarterbacks. I know he didn't have a whole lot of pressure this last year, but when he was under pressure, he was the top quarterback in college football in his yards per attempt. And so, like I said, I think he's one of those guys. He's just a baller. Like he knows where to find a guy. He's willing to trust his arm. He can improvise. He didn't do it as much at Oregon as he did at Auburn. And I think that was by design. I mean, obviously within the offense, they're getting the ball out of his hand in a hurry. But I'm hoping with the Broncos, they say, hey, we want you to play into that. We know that you're smart. We know that you can go make some athletic plays. Use that to your advantage. Don't be this robot that just has to sit there in the pocket and throw it within 2 seconds. So like I said, I think that's something that is underrated. And especially when you get to the NFL game, you've got less time to make those throws. Part of my Michael Penix Jr. problem was he was great on the deep ball throws, but in the NFL, you're not going to have that Washington offensive line in front of you. You're not going to have Roma Dunze, McMillan, and I'm trying to remember their other wide receiver.
Polk.
Can't remember.
Polk.
Yeah. You're not going to have these great wide receivers to be thrown to down the field. They're going to go make great plays for you. Like, you've got to be able to complete the quick throws too. Like that's part of the NFL game in today, especially with the way they spread it out. They got to protect the offensive line. And Bo Nix, that's one great thing about it. He's going to help this offensive line big time.
Yeah, Mark Rich coming in with the $5 donation. A little underwhelmed with Nix at 12, but hey, needed a quarterback. Hashtag DB4L, hashtag MHH for life. Lance, I know that, I mean, you talked about it earlier about some other guys that you were content with. I mean, Bo Nix, obviously, we spent a lot of talk about him. Are you disappointed that the Broncos passed on a guy that I know you were high on in Brock Bowers? And are you worried that he ended up going the next pick to the Raiders?
I didn't see that he went the next pick to the Raiders. I do apologize. I had to step away for a minute. That's an interesting one there. That does really disappoint me, especially with the Broncos' inability to cover the tight end position, seemingly going back to like 2010 when they still had DJ Williams on the roster. Like, that's a long time. The Broncos have struggled to cover the tight end position. I'm curious to see how it all plays out. Gardner Minshew does kind of like to target the tight ends over the middle of the field, so that's going to be interesting to see how that all works out. But in terms of taking Nix over Bowers, you got to have a quarterback to distribute the football. And apparently the Broncos aren't willing to sit with Zach Wilson being that guy. And Carl kind of touched on it with Nix. You know, this is a guy that steps up to the line of scrimmage. He understands what his assignment is, and he distributes the football as soon as he touches it. I mean, he hits the top of his drop, and he puts the ball where it needs to go. So you got to just kind of give a trust to the evaluation here in Sean Payton and what he wants this offense to look like, because his processor is very high. Like, he processes information very quickly. He knows where to go with the football, and he just does that. I want more creativity from the quarterback, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Dave from Georgia with a $10 donation. If nothing else, Bo Nix plays tough. It should be a fun season. Hashtag Broncos country. Yeah, and I think that's one thing that all four of us can agree on is the Broncos games the last couple of seasons, they haven't been, the funnest games to watch. And I think we all kind of want to change a pace there, right? We kind of want some more fun with these games than we've gotten.
I think the only person that actually covered a winning season for this Broncos team, at least on this panel, I'm not sure when Nick and Carl joined on. Erick Trickel is the only one that's covered an actual winning season. He got to cover the 2015 Super Bowl team. So, I'm excited for winning Broncos football coming back around. And if Bo Nix is the guy, then by all means. We got to say hello to Naj. So Naj jumping in here with the $20 super chat. Hey, brothers, this is tough. NFL windows are super tight. Does Nix have the arm to make those throws? Time will tell. We have the worst ranked D in the league. It's unpopular, but I would have loved us getting defensive help. Eric, last thing on Bo Nix here, the tight window throws. I want your opinion here.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of touch on it. It's arm strength. It's not always, everybody always thinks about how far you can throw it. That's not all arm strength is. There's so much more to it. And one of the biggest tests of arm strength are those deep outs to the opposite side of the field. Can you hit them on time and in the right place? But tight window throws, that's another measurement for it. And again, talked about it, the midfoot force, aligning the feet. I'm not going to, stand up, move my camera and show you guys, but like, here's your foot. You want the mid part of it where the arch is pointing towards your guy off your back foot, because that's where you generate force from. You talk about it a lot with offensive tackles even. You don't want them on their toes. You don't want them on their heels. You want them planted, that arch kind of like dug down into the dirt. So if you can correct that, you can improve the tight window throws. But Sean Payton also likes to try to scheme receivers open, which is also how you can help Bo Nix if you can't get the arm strength. You just got to improve the wide receiver room from what it is, especially if they do move on from Courtland Sutton, as it sounds like they really are trying to do over the next few days. It's possible to do that. It's just a matter of, can you correct it from a guy as experienced and as ingrained in this technique as Bo Nix is? And that is one thing that I push back on when it comes to talking about correcting the technique of somebody who is this experienced. Thank you, Naj. We appreciate that, brother. We appreciate all of you guys jumping in for the super chats. It is nice to have a first round pick. I think we can all be in agreement there. Even if we don't necessarily agree with the pick. I don't, surprisingly, and I think you guys, I think this will shock both of you as well. I'm not like disappointed in the pick like past couple of years with the first Broncos pick. I'm not disappointed in it. I'm content. I don't know if it was because of all the chatter of Bo Nix and the Broncos that I just kind of like, if it happens, it happens. I thought that they would be able to get Bo Nix later, but I kind of changed course on that once Michael Penix went number 8. But yeah, I'm not disappointed in it. Don't love it. Don't get me wrong. Still wish they would have tried to trade down and get him, but I understand that the risk. But yeah, I'm content with it at this point.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. And like I said, he's a fine fit with this offense and what Peyton wants to do. Much better fit than Russell Wilson ever was. He's even a much better fit than the new Wilson that they got in the building, because he's still more of an improviser, use his arm, get out of the pocket kind of guy. And so if you want a quarterback that can play from the pocket, throw on time, and, the arm talent part of it, it's going to matter. But if he can process well and process as fast as many people talk about him being like a supercomputer, that can make up for that difference. Like Joe Burrow, he doesn't have the best arm in football, but he has an elite mind to make quick decisions, and he has to with that offensive line. Like that's just kind of built into him now. I saw an image the other day, and it was talking about the differences in thoughts of building up the offensive line or building up your weapons. And it was Joe Burrow being sacked as Jamar Chase is waving down the field like, I'm open, and he's already being sacked. But again, like I said, you can make up for it if you have elite processing. You have to have that to overcome it. And we're fixing to find out if that's Bo Nix. I mean, obviously he got the ball out of his hand very quickly there at Oregon. Part of it was the offensive system, but I think part of it also was his pre-snap ability to read a defense. And, Nick or Eric, one of you talked about it earlier, of like he changed the plays a lot of times at the line of scrimmage. Like they trusted him with that because he'd get up there and read it and say, hey, that's not a great play. Let's do this. It'll work better. But what does work is Lawrence Rivera coming in with the $5 saying, I'll be at the lake. I can't justify wanting to spend $300 a ticket on any of these quarterbacks. I'm sorry, Lawrence. Yeah. Again, we'll find out how great Sean Payton is. Mm-hmm. He's he feels like he's really good at this. I mean, he even talked about it this offseason of saying, like, we are better at this than other teams. Now we're going to see if he really is true about that.
Just real quick, we'll come back to Bo Nix here in just a second. I just want to say we have our first defensive player drafted. Have you either of you seen who it is yet?
I haven't. No, I
any guesses?
Where are we at? Like I'm still struggling.
Indianapolis Colts. They're the other team.
Quinton Mitchell. Then that would be the one. Wow. Okay,
I get it. That was my guy. I liked him a lot.
I just find it interesting that he's the first defensive player off the board. I mean, there's a lot of concern about the neck, but man, the technique was just absolutely loved by him. But anyways, Lawrence, yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but hopefully, again, the Broncos are at least playing a funner brand of football this year than they have been. As I mentioned earlier, we have David Youngkin coming in with a $4.99 donation. It is time to build around this young man and put playmakers around him 100%. Mm-hmm. I'm with Nick, though. If you're picking top 5 next year, I'm not averse to taking a quarterback, letting them compete. Ideally, you're not, and you can sit there and build around him and then push for the playoffs for 2025. If you can achieve it, fine. Maybe Bo Nix, you stick with him, but a lot is riding on Bo Nix. And as Nick said earlier as well, he and Sean Payton, they're attached at the hip. One's fate decides the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the clock starts now. I mean, it's really that simple. If you're not honestly in the playoffs in 2025, I know they paid Sean a lot. And unless there's a lot of, viable excuses, injuries, chaos that happens, you just barely miss. But if you're not in the playoffs by 2025 and you've burned up 2 years of rookie cost control when this roster is where it's at, then I think it's a misevaluation and you probably need to fire. I know Sean Payton's on the Hall of Fame path, but he's been really good at taking quarterbacks and elevating them from their baseline. But historically, I don't know if he's been good at evaluating quarterbacks. So this is one, honest to God, his Hall of Fame candidacy is on the line with this one, in my opinion.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the Mike Shanahan situation, where obviously, like, he was on the Hall of Fame path after winning 2 Super Bowls, Elway having his Hall of Fame career, and then he goes to Washington, and things kind of fall apart there, and he can't find that quarterback. Obviously, RG3 looked like he could maybe become that quarterback if he didn't get hurt. But they still missed on that, and his career never quite caught back on as a head coach, and he's still not in the Hall of Fame. I'm sure that's part of it, is going, okay, you had Elway, Like, is it because of Elway that you did all this, or is it because you were a great coach? And so for Sean Payton, he's got to prove he's more than just Drew Brees.
Yeah. Nick, did you see the first defensive player drafted?
Latu Latu to the Indianapolis Colts. A little surprising to see them go pass rusher. I guess maybe not really, given what we see from Ballard. But yeah, we'll see. And yeah, good. Thank you for the comment, David Youngkin. Also, Michael coming in says, now that we have our quarterback, do you think our offense is built up enough for him to succeed? What position group do you think you'll be looking at third round? Third round so far down the board, and Denver has so many needs still that you really just let the board come to you. If it's a pass catcher, great. If it's an offensive lineman, great. If it's a defensive lineman, great. Cornerback, linebacker. I mean, literally, I can't think of a single spot on the roster that I would look at and be like, yeah, I don't think we should go that way, other than obvious specialists. It just is going to come down to the talent available.
Yeah, for me, there's one receiver in particular that if Denver can land him in the third round, I'd absolutely love it, especially to pair with Bo Nix. Malachi Corley. I think with what he does, with his ability after the catch, with what Sean Payton wants to do offensively, I think it is a great fit there. But speaking of weapons, we have Jason Lane coming in saying Marvin Mims will love Nix. Carl, I know you were a huge fan of Marvin Mims last year. How much should Marvin Mims be thinking and, rejoicing this pick?
Oh, a lot. I mean, any wide receiver, when they see a new quarterback added, and again, a guy that's going to get the ball out of his hand quickly, if Marvin Mims improves on his route running this offseason, I mean, he's got to work on that a lot. He's more athlete than wide receiver in some aspects. But because he is such a great athlete, he can get open in a hurry. And you just talked about it. Nix, he does great at getting the ball into a playmaker's hand and then let them go make a play. Mm-hmm. And so there might not be a better playmaker on this roster than Marvin Mims right now. I have a guy that can make lots of people miss. And so it's just get the ball in his hands. If you can get 10 touches a game for Marvin Mims, I think there's a good chance at least one of those turns into a big play for the Broncos. And so, yeah, I would be very happy for Marvin Mims, really all the wide receivers, just getting a quarterback that can play on time. It's been a while for the Broncos to have that kind of quarterback. And, you saw Jerry Jeudy throwing fits on the field last year, just being like, come on, I'm wide open. And obviously Russell Wilson missing him. Cortland Sutton might be the one wide receiver that I'm like, I don't know if this actually improves his stock one way or the other.
Is that going to matter? Is he going to be
no, here? No, I agree. I don't think he's going to be here. And I think by taking Nix, it might be that showing of Cortland Sutton being gone because like I said, I'm not sure that they're the perfect fit. I mean, Cortland Sutton's still going to be a good wide receiver, no matter the quarterback that's in here. But like I said, I'm not sure that he adds or subtracts from this too much.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. Thank you for the comment, Jason Lang, in the super chat. Yeah, so Bo Nix is the Denver Broncos quarterback. I fully expect him to be the starter day one. Eric, I know there had been some talk of maybe the Broncos circling back on Ryan Tannehill. Do you think with the trade of Zach Wilson, with the addition of Bo Nix, if that now is closed, if this is going to be your quarterback room for the Broncos entering this season?
I think Ryan Tannehill, there was interest there, and I think that they wanted to wait till after the draft, and I think it was with this in mind of, can we get Bo Nix either at 12 or trade down? Obviously, they took him at 12. If they miss out on him, then they circle back to Ryan Tannehill. With the trade for Zach Wilson, I think they're content. I'm not sure if Zach Wilson makes the roster, but it's probably going to be Jarrett Stidham backing up Bo Nix, and we'll see about quarterback 3 if they have one. And you know what? As I said earlier, I'm content with it.
And I wanted to circle back to another comment from Carl Dumler, where the stats kind of point one thing, but the tape and I think there's a little bit more nuance to it. And you talked about Bo Nix under pressure. Now, I know that the data says that he was the best quarterback under pressure in college football this season, but he was also far and away the least quarterback under pressure last season. And I think that had a lot to do with the system and the smarts of knowing where to go with the football. You have to give him that when you're talking about it. But what does it look like with Bo Nix having to hang in the pocket? The pocket being muddy, manipulating the pocket, staying in phase in his lower half mechanically, and getting through reads with chaos around him. I just didn't see that on tape at Oregon. Now, it doesn't mean he can't, of course, because that is just because you don't see something doesn't mean they can't. But you see a quarterback like, Tom Brady is one of the best ever, absolute chaos around him, bombs going off, and he's cool and composed, just, sidestepping here and there and delivering a football. I know the numbers say that Bo Nix was great under pressure, but again, low sample size, and it didn't really look like what being great under pressure looks like to me at the NFL. Do you have thoughts there, Carl?
Yeah, well, no, I agree. And like I said, it's such a small sample size, and part of his numbers for yards per attempt, or yards per catch or whatever, that part of it, like he had a lot of great playmakers that took a 3-yard pass when he was under pressure and turned it into a 15-yard play. Mm-hmm. That's not going to happen as much in the NFL. So he's going to have to adjust where his line of scrimmage is at, of where he's trying to target down the field. So like you said, in college, he didn't do it. Doesn't mean he can't do it. He showed it some. You just got to see it on a more consistent basis for him to become the kind of quarterback you need him to be in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He can't get away with a lot of the stuff he did in college at the NFL level on a regular basis. I mean, there's still going to be screen plays. There's still going to be those quick hitters, all those kind of things. He's still going to be hitting check down plays at different times. I mean, the running backs might have 50 catches each, or at least the top 2 guys next year. And that helps a rookie quarterback. And so, I mean, even there, when we're talking about the 3rd round, somebody said, well, what position should the Broncos go after? It wouldn't surprise me running back being that kind of position. Mm-hmm. What helps a young quarterback most? Having a great run game that takes some pressure off of them, and having a running back that can take a pass, that's 5 yards down the field or even at the line of scrimmage and turn it into a big play. So really all things are open there in the 3rd round. I really couldn't tell you what. I couldn't even narrow it down to 5 positions that the Broncos would be targeting in the 3rd round at this point. So yeah, like I said, I like Bo Nix. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. I know you guys talk about his age being a little bit of a problem, but he's mature. And you look at like Wilson being in New York, part of his problem, I think, was he was a little immature to go to that kind of market. Some of these young quarterbacks coming out, they're not ready for the spotlight that the NFL brings to them. Where Bo Nix, like he's been pretty much in the huge spotlight since his freshman year of college, with his dad being a superstar college player, him going to his dad's college, all those kind of things. I also like, I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but he's married. He's got responsibilities. Like he's not going to be going out and partying till 2-3 in the morning every night. And it sounds like he is a hard worker. He's going to put in the time in the film room, all those kind of things. So he does all the little things right off the field. Now, how much is that going to impact on the field? We're still going to have to see.
Yeah, real quick, since we have a break, we'll definitely come back and, we'll be talking about Bo Nix a lot tonight and even tomorrow night, since we'll have a long wait until the Broncos are back on the clock, barring a trade up. Real quick, few picks have happened. The Las Vegas Raiders took Brock Bowers. Talise Fuaga went to the New Orleans Saints. Leatu Latu was the first defensive player going to the Colts, followed by Byron Murphy, the defensive lineman out of Texas, going to Seattle, and a trade with Minnesota moving up with the Jaguars from 23 to 17 and getting on the clock again. Curious who they're going. I could see it going quite a few ways. They have definitely been linked with an edge rusher. They want to improve that pass rusher. There's a guy that many people expected to go in the top 10, still available, in Dallas Turner. They could also go corner and continue boosting that up. Plenty of options on the table for the Vikings. And can't wait to see who it is.
What about Johnny Newton here? Drazon Newton out of Illinois, an interior pass rusher. I know that they were linked heavily with Byron Murphy earlier in this draft process. Is this a potential option for the Vikings here at, I believe, number 18 or 17?
The picks in,
and it's Dallas Turner.
I was going to say Dallas Turner.
I saw it just after I got done talking.
Yeah, well, so much for me thinking outside the box, damn it. I've tried to do that a lot here recently, and it's never actually worked out for me. We did the Mile High Huddle roundtable the other day. I'm like, Byron Murphy sounds good. Let's talk about Jalen Wright for the Broncos. Just thinking outside the box to throw out different scenarios. I need to just stop doing that because apparently I have no clue what I'm talking about.
Just hit it on the fairway. But Dallas Turner, I like this a lot with Brant Flores out there in Minnesota, just considering no team last season rushed 3 or rushed 8 more than the Vikings, which is crazy. They didn't have a lot of generic 4 or generic 5 pass rush packages there. They were send everything or send nothing. And with Dallas Turner's versatility, very smooth in space and coverage, but also a very good pass rusher as well, I think this is a very unique player for them. So if you're, again, looking to overload or trying to isolate him one-on-one, he can be a problem, but also very fluid in space. So I like this pick a lot for the Vikings. I also like Murphy to the I really like Murphy to the Seahawks. McDonald coming from the Ravens, from the Wolverines as well, Michigan, a lot of simulated pressures, but having somebody who's just an ace, A gap, B gap winner up front that can give you some stuff first and second down, pairing him with Draymond Jones as well. So you have 2 different pass rushers on the interior. I like the pick a lot. So we have a defensive run now, 3 pass rushers in a row. Still no cornerbacks. So I guess I was off with Bo Nix. I guess the Broncos love him at 12. I didn't love him at 12. We'll see. Sean Payton knows more than I do. So hopefully he's right. But we're right about the cornerbacks at least, right? No cornerbacks still off the board through 17 picks of the draft.
Yeah. Going back to Bo Nix and the Broncos. I mean, we've talked a lot about him, but there's always those pesky grades. And I know that none of us are, super fans of him. But if you had to give Bo Nix a grade, the pick grade, Lance, what would you give it?
I'd give it a B. I mean, the fit's fine enough. You fill a need. It's just like we talked about it the other night on the Mile High Huddle Roundtable. It's been kind of meh around Broncos country for the last handful of days. The uniforms came out, meh. What was the other one? That Levi Wallace was signed, meh. Okay. Pat Surtain got his 5th-year option picked up, meh. We kind of knew that was going to happen, and now you got Bo Nix, meh. Okay, it is what it is. Like I'm not gonna rant up and down about how I don't like the pick. I'm not necessarily a huge fan, but I guess if it's Sean Payton's guy, then let's just have some fun.
What about you, Carl?
I'll go B+, because like I said, I did like Nix, and I do think he will do fine in Denver. I had the Broncos as the 2nd best situation. Well, maybe 3rd best. Bears actually have a pretty good situation, especially now that Odunze's there. Minnesota,
Falcons. We didn't know they were a quarterback market, but they probably had the best.
Okay, maybe that too. But I'm not going to count them because obviously Penix is not starting here for a while. I'm talking about guys having to step in and go on the field, go play. And so I thought the Broncos have a pretty decent situation. They've got a good offensive line that can help them out, decent run game. They've got wide receivers that they can work with. I mean, it's not a great unit, especially if Courtland Sutton does get traded. I'm interested to see what they do at the position after that. Obviously, you still need tight end, and I'm very interested to see where all these tight ends go next after Bowers. Do we have anybody go in the 2nd round? Do they wait till 3rd round? That kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I think it's a B+ for me. I think he can come in and be a pretty good quarterback on his rookie contract. Like, he has a pretty high floor, and being paired with Sean Payton, I just think those two will work well together. That's why, obviously, if Sean Payton feels like this is his quarterback, I have a lot of trust in that, because like you said before, he's gotten a lot out of quarterbacks. Maybe he's not done the best of evaluating their first talent, but he's gotten more out of them than other people have. So I expect him to get the most out of what Nix can bring to the field. So B+.
Yeah, Nick, before I get to you, I just got to say, the Bengals, they took Amarius Mims out of Georgia. That offensive tackle room is massive. All 3 of them, they're 2 projected starters and whoever their backup is, 6'8", and all, I believe, are over 350 pounds. Mm-hmm. Massive tackle room.
So, Nick, what's yours?
I'm going to have to give it a solid C, just straight across the board. Again, I won't go too far into the evaluation of it, but it felt a little bit maybe panicky from Denver. They were in on quarterbacks trying to trade up. They were in on quarterbacks, hopefully. And, there was some Kirk Cousins talk as well. We'll see if Sean Payton's right. I mean, he definitely put his, on the table at the combine, saying a lot of teams suck at evaluating quarterbacks, but we don't. So we're going to see if that plays out. Nix will be the same age as Jordan Love this year, 3 years older than Anthony Richardson, 2 years older than CJ Stroud. So honestly, he needs to come in day one and be a starter and be a good starter. If he's not playing like a top 20 quarterback out of the gate, I don't think it's a great pick because I don't care if it's his first year. He's going to be 24, 25 years old. So I don't really, I don't think it's a terrible pick by any means because you do have still the benefit of the rookie quarterback contract and you're taking a shot at the quarterback spot. But like I said, the clock ticks immediately now. And I know it's not a great roster around him, but as soon as you take the quarterback, you flipped the hourglass, right? The grains of sand are going the other way now. You can't sit there and hold out anymore. So I probably will give it a solid, maybe a C plus. I think that's probably what, honest to God, I think if you look around the NFL, besides, not to say Broncos fans or analysts are biased, but I think probably the general NFL average will probably be about a C plus as well from people. So that's what I'll give it.
Yeah, I'll give it a B minus. And yeah, there definitely was some panic to it that started with, Michael Penix going to the Falcons. They were content with taking Bo Nix there in the first round, but from in the later first round, they wanted to trade down. They had a trade in place to move down, which would have been the first overall pick, or the first defensive pick. But, Michael Penix goes 8. JJ McCarthy slides a little bit, definitely creating a run on the quarterbacks. Nobody else was viewed, anywhere close with Radler firmly cemented as a third round grade by everyone I've talked to. And again, it's what I hear. It can be wrong. But had it confirmed by multiple people that there was some panic to it, wanted to move down. They took but they just took Bo Nix. I give it a solid B minus. We know his limitations. We've touched on it a little bit, but he can still be made to work in the Sean Payton offense. Definitely have to do some building with the receiver room, adding more of a dynamic tight end. All that just got to help. Got a good football IQ. He can run the offense. He was trusted to run the offense at Oregon, and all of that just helps bump it up a little bit more for me. Jason Lane coming in with $1.99 saying Knicks will make O-line better, running backs will be better now. Yeah, kind of.
I think that speaks more to the last guy than anything else. But
yeah, it's hard to be worse.
Horrific O-line play. And no, he just probably needs to be a solid starter out of the gate. I'm not expecting, Pro Bowl. Probably needs to be that by the third year of his contract because he'll already be 26, 27. But if that's unfair expectation, I don't know. I judge quarterbacks more so based on their age versus how many years they've been in the league.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. I want to go back to something that you were talking about a little bit ago with Bo Nix working well under pressure in the small sample size. How much do you think was him just getting rid of the football and understanding where to go and everything? Does that have any correlation there? Because that's you don't get under pressure if you hit your back foot and throw the ball at the top of your drop. You know what I mean? That's the small sample size under pressure is definitely with him just knowing how to operate within the offense.
Without a doubt. That's part of the offense itself, right? Giving the home run to check down behind the line of scrimmage option. The question is more so in the NFL, there will be times when he's going to have to hang tough in the pocket and keep his base while delivering a muddy pocket. And with what he was asked to do at Oregon, there's just not a large sample size of that. Again, it does not mean that he can't do that, but you just don't see it on tape. So it's an unknown for him. So it doesn't mean he can't. And to be fair, it might just be, he knows where his hot read is. He knows that guy's going to be open. He's throwing up against Pac-12 defenses, for God's sake. That guy behind the line of scrimmage is probably going to be open. So there is part of it, the pre-snap process and being able to identify the rush and knowing where to go with the football quickly. So that's 100% part of it. It's just the great quarterbacks in the NFL, for the most part, have been able to handle chaos and be still playing in structure during chaos. And that's just a huge part of Nix's evaluation that's missing for me, despite what the sample size or the data says. You just don't see that very often.
Yeah, Carl, you had something interesting from James Palmer with some comments about the Broncos loving Nix.
Yeah, he said the Broncos were never high on JJ McCarthy like it was portrayed in the media. They always were in love with Bo Nix. The question was always, are they going to pick him at 12? It seems steep even for people that liked Nix, but if you love a guy, pull the trigger.
Yeah, that's kind of going there with what we've been kind of touching on. And then we have another one, Lance, Anthony Tillman, $1.99. If Nix ends up failing, is Sean getting fired?
Man, I don't know on that one. I think that the hourglass starts right now. I think that you're kind of with the whole Penix pick at number 8, and Eric, you kind of alluded to this. They kind of forced their hand, and they needed to go and get the guy that they at least kind of believed in. They brought in Zach Wilson, so I don't know. Maybe they give Sean another opportunity to go and get a guy. If it fails horribly, I don't think that he's gone after this year. You're paying a lot of money to a guy that's a high quality head coach, potentially a Hall of Fame head coach, a guy that's won a Super Bowl. So I think you allow him to just kind of continue to work through this. And if Nix doesn't work out, well, let's see what happens in 2025, because I think that he's around at least for another year.
Oh yeah, Sean Payton, if Nick fails this year, he's definitely not getting fired after this year. He'll be given more time with Bo Nix. The question is what happens in 2025. I think that's the point. Yep. If they fail then again, and it's playoffs or bust in 2025, it has to be. Quarterbacks or Sean Payton is a quarterback guru. He just went and got his guy. Playoffs or bust in 2025. If they don't make it and they have if they have a mediocre season, then maybe they can get another year. But if tires fall off and the whole season's terrible, they drastically underperform, then we could potentially see a change of staff coming in there. And we have Shadif Henson coming in. Why didn't we trade back? You think it's coincidence that he was the last quarterback on the board? We could have filled other needs and got him round 2. This was forced. Extremely disappointed. Yeah, I've had my phone blowing up a little bit with texts from multiple guys, and it seems to be that their hope was that Michael Penix was there on the clock for them, and that the Raiders would go that way, and that they could trade down a little bit into the late teens, early 20s, get some extra picks, and then take Bo Nix. Once Penix was off the board, there was no protective quarterback for Bo Nix, I guess would be the way to put it. And they basically had to force their hand a bit, take a guy that they loved, just wanted to get a little bit later than they want. And one thing too is, guys, just because somebody doesn't like the pick doesn't mean you need to tell them to grow up or stop being a crybaby or anything like that. Everybody can have their own opinions. Nick and I, we're wrong on Bo Nix at 12. We are trying to own up to that, but we're also not going to sit back and just super praise the pick. We're just giving you our honest opinions. Now, Nick, for you, I kind of touched on it there a little bit. Do you think that there was any other factors? I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Do you think that Penix going there at 8? Do you think that played a hand there in Bo Nix at 12 as well?
It just made it more likely that they liked Nix enough that they weren't going to risk it. And with 5 quarterbacks already off the board, how much value, especially after what we just saw, the very little capital the Jets got moving back one spot, how far were you willing to get back? Was it worth getting a couple day 3 picks, especially in this draft class where like round 5, 6, and 7 is going to be really bad compared to most years? Because it's like one of the smallest draft classes we've seen in a decade. Is it worth getting a few 5th or 6th round picks to go do that, or one more 4th pick? Probably not. And if Sean Payton, if your coaching staff evaluates him as the guy to run your offense, then you probably don't mess with it. Again, pretty crazy to see no defensive players off the board before then. And, we're going to have questions about Nix, and I've said it on here many times. I definitely lean into the tangibles with the quarterback position, because I don't pretend all the intangible stuff is hearsay from where we sit. So the intelligence, the work ethic, the blah, blah, blah. Well, coaches and people, sitting down with these people and talking with your family, the high school principal and all that stuff, they'll have that information. We can just go off the tangibles and the tape, and that's going to leave, you're going to have 55% of the puzzle pieces there for the quarterback specifically. So if that's their guy, that's fine. And, hopefully he ends up being the guy, because you are not going to have a lot of excuses if this pick doesn't get hit, because there's an opportunity cost there, right? Pass rusher, offensive lineman, pass catcher. This is a team that needs a lot of pieces, and you take the second oldest quarterback drafted since 2010 in a really tough division. And I just don't think this, like I said, as soon as you take that quarterback, tick-tock, the clock started. We better see results here. It doesn't have to be 2024, but 2025, it's time. And if you don't have results then, it's tough for people.
Lawrence Rivera coming in with a $2 donation. Giants won the draft tonight with Locke's new wide receiver. Carl, what do you think about the Giants pick of Malik Neighbors?
Well, I mean, he's a great player. I mean, whether they have the quarterback to be able to take advantage of him or not, obviously that's up in the air, whether it's Drew Lock or Daniel Jones. But sometimes I don't blame a team for getting the wide receiver in place before you get the quarterback. Like, give them a true number one to throw to. So the Giants next year could very much be in play for quarterback, depending on Daniel Jones and his recovery and how that plays out. But he was probably a top 5 player in this draft overall. I mean, you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. probably at the top, maybe Caleb Williams, maybe another quarterback, Joe Alt, and then Malik Neighbors. Those are probably your top 5 guys on the board for most people out there. So I think it was a great pick. It's just a matter of now you got to get the quarterback to take advantage of such a talent like him. It wouldn't surprise me if probably 10 teams in the league even had him as their number 1 wide receiver on their board, because his athletic profile, man, it is tailor-made for what the NFL is today with all these spread out systems. His ability to get open in a hurry, take any kind of pass and turn it into a touchdown, that home run, man, it's just, it was a good pick. I'm a little surprised because of their quarterback situation that they didn't kind of lean into JJ McCarthy. But again, if you don't value him like that, don't take him. Yeah, that's good process there. Too many teams get too panicked about the quarterback position and overdraft somebody.
Yeah, and with JJ McCarthy, I mean, I touched on it multiple times on Dove Valley Deep Divers, and I touched on it earlier tonight. The big issue with him was how much of the Michigan success was him, how much of it was the talent around him. And a lot of times that when I talked about it, people brought up the championship game, even though Michigan won it. There was a sequence where he had 2 or 3 bad passes in a row, and then they just ran for like the next 10 plays and just took the ball out of his hands. So there were some concerns about that from NFL teams. But we have Jason Lane coming in with a $4.99 donation. With Knicks, the defense will not be able to crowd the box. Pookie will be better coming off the injury. How do you see Josh, I'm assuming Josh Reynolds, in this offense? Go Broncos. What do you think about, Josh Reynolds in this offense, Pookie being better, and, how Knicks can alleviate or can force defenses not to crowd the box, Lance?
Josh Reynolds is probably going to be working inside outside slot kind of stuff, kind of the Tim Patrick role. I'm curious to see how the wide receiver room kind of shakes out and what happens when Courtland Sutton potentially is moved on from, because he's going to take over that Z receiver role. So that's going to be kind of interesting. I don't know that he's going to be an elite player in this offense, quite honestly, because Sean Payton really likes to work from wide receiver one to the running back to the tight end. So, and then go back to that wide receiver too. You can see some verticality with this, but with Marvin Mims and his ability to take the top off with that speed, Josh Reynolds is really going to be pushed down the offense here. In terms of what the running game is going to look like, Pookie's going to be better because you don't have that big box, but he was always good working against the big box because he's a physical runner. He likes to take on contact, and he can just run pretty much anybody over. I'm curious to see what he looks like coming out of a second year removed from that ACL injury. But as it stands right now, I mean, this Broncos offense still lacks firepower to me. I think that they need more explosive playmakers. I think that they need to just kind of understand the roles a little bit more, and we'll see how this all works out. But Reynolds to me is not a player that's going to be an elite playmaker for this team.
Yeah, I think that defenses, they can still stack the box a little bit, and you better hope that Bo Nix can make them pay when they do to try to alleviate that. I don't think he automatically makes it so that they can't crowd the box. Definitely has to prove that they can't. BK coming in with the $5 donation. Picks 13 through 20 got great value with the way the draft played out. No defense taken till 15 is crazy. Mm-hmm. It is. I remember saying, back in January, about how I see very few players in the top defensive players in the top 20 in this class. Obviously, a couple guys grew on me. I think Dallas Turner ended just inside my top 10. I thought that he was there at number 8 until, the Falcons shocked the world. But Nick, real quick, just some quick thoughts about, those picks 13 to 20. And did they get value? Did those teams get good value with those picks?
I think overall they did. I like a lot of the picks. I like Rams. I don't know if we talk about the Rams pick yet? we got Jared Verse going to the Rams here, their first round pick in a long time is what it sounds like.
Good pick.
But a lot of offensive, I mean, heck, every single pick from 15 on has been offensive or defensive line now. I mean, we had a lot of picks. Pittsburgh also taking a pick. Troy Fontenot coming off the board here to the Steelers, I guess. So offensive and defensive line heavy. We talked about all these offensive and defensive linemen likely flying off the board here in the 10 to 20 range. If I was in charge, now granted, again, not all the puzzle pieces with the quarterback, but I think trading back into that 16 to 22 range and hopefully taking one of the offensive or defensive lines makes sense. But all those guys that I liked are now off the board, really. So we're really starting to see the part where these first round grades are no more.
Mm-hmm. We have Franklin Peterson coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Franklin. We appreciate that. Thank you all for your guys' support throughout the night. I mean, you guys really making us able to, spend our time. I've been on here for 2.5 hours now, hour and a half for a couple of these guys and everything. And you guys really make this fun and enjoyable and worth it. And Franklin is asking when Bo Nix was in the SEC where they played defense, he was terrible. He transferred to the Pac-12 where defense is optional and he was good. In the NFL where they actually play defense, he will be terrible again. Carl, putting you on the spot since you are the biggest fan of Bo Nix, how much in your evaluation of him did you factor in that time at Auburn?
Some. I mean, you have to, because there was still plenty of problems that he had there. I would also still say there's a lot of people at Auburn that failed him. From not doing a great job recruiting, not having a great offensive line, his offensive coordinator, like his freshman year, like this kid showed a ton of promise his freshman year where everybody's going, this kid could be something. And then his offensive coordinator got a different job. They brought in a new coach, and the things that they did before that worked, all of a sudden they're like, nope, we don't want to do that anymore. And even Bo Nix had talked about it after he left and went to Oregon. He said it just got to where every week there was something new going on that just was frustrating. And he said it wasn't fun anymore to play football there, which, I mean, for him to say that about his family's program, pretty much, Auburn has been built into him since he was a little kid. So again, you still got to factor it in. Bo Nix had some problems there, and Oregon did a decent job covering up some of those problems with their offensive system. But at the same time, I do look at it as there's just so much chaos going around him. And that's why we've talked about on all these shows many times. The talent of the player matters. Where they go matters too. Mm-hmm. Some of these quarterbacks, like Drake May going to New England, I worry about him with one, going to such a big market. 2, they don't have hardly any weapons for him to work with. 3, he needs some time to develop. Is that market going to give him time to develop? I don't know. I have my questions about that. Even Washington, D.C. with Jaden Daniels. Again, those are very unfriendly markets. And for a young guy to be going there, how do they handle that? So Bo Nix coming to Denver. The media, I mean, they're okay. I guess we're part of that. They won't be as grueling as like a New York or Boston or Chicago kind of market. So again, yes, he did struggle. There's going to be some issues in the NFL. This is why I keep saying he's not going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And I really hope I'm wrong. And I would love to come back on here and eat that crow and just be like, man, this guy is the future. He's going to be this great guy for the next 15 years. But on a rookie contract, I think he can be a top half of the league quarterback with Sean Payton. And again, if they can get a couple more weapons, you talked about him earlier, McCorley, they're in the 2nd round or 3rd round. That would be a great pick. There's a couple other wide receivers. There's some decent weapons still out there. And then start really building that up around him with the next couple of years of drafts.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, one thing, and I talked about this with Luke after the podcast I did with him, anything more than 2 years old, I still watch it, but I want to see how they grow as a player. Mm-hmm. So the Auburn tape for me didn't really affect his grade. I just wanted to see. I just use it as a point of how did he grow from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4, and how much did he improve on the technical aspect of it, from going from Auburn, where there was a lot of terrible comments made publicly and privately about how things were going on there behind the scenes, and to Oregon, where things were a little bit more cleaner. Lance, you had something on this as well that you wanted to pitch in.
Well, the big thing was going to Bo Nix's freshman tape, where he was paired with Gus Malzahn as the head coach, and that offense was, if you go back even a little bit further, they had Nick Marshall at the quarterback position. I believe that he transitioned to wide receiver, was drafted, I believe. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm just spitballing here. Regardless, it was a lot of RPO stuff with quick screens and then deep shots over the top. It was like a 3-read offense, essentially. So it was very limited in terms of what Bo Nix was actually trying to do with that. And he struggled with it. He struggled diagnosing the reads, getting the ball into the right playmaker's hands. And then when they switched that offense again, he continued to struggle. The big thing, and Eric, you kind of touched on it a little bit there, was how did he grow from going to that Auburn offense that was very, zone read option, RPO heavy kind of stuff, to then distributing the football, playing from the shotgun. And he did take a lot of big time steps in understanding what was supposed to be going on with the offense. And that to me was a big plus for my evaluation for him. It wasn't something that I was like banking my hat on or anything like that. But at the same time, to see the growth of this young man, to go from when he was a 19-year-old freshman quarterback to now 24 years old, to see him learn to evaluate a defense, process the information, and then know where to go with the football, that was a big plus in what I watched with him from Auburn to Oregon.
Yeah, I definitely get what you're saying there and what you're putting down. But we're going to take a step back real quick. We're going to say goodbye to Carl for a minute. Carl will definitely be back and grace us with his presence and his beard's presence as well here in a little bit. But while Carl is gone, we're going to step over and ask Mr. Scott Kennedy about the Falcons pick. After the pick, we were all shocked here in, covering the Broncos. Obviously, we were shocked by it. Chat, they all wanted to know. They were asking what is Scott's opinion on it. So Scott, go ahead. What do you think of the pick of Penix?
Who wasn't shocked by it is what you ask with something like that. Everybody was shocked by it. It's the most shocking top 10 pick I can remember, period, in a while. And going back, I feel like you're in my wheelhouse here, because I went to Auburn. I watched Bo Nix at Auburn. And let me just finish off on what y'all were talking about. The optimist in you would say that he has grown, and I'm not going to worry about what he did in years 1, 2, and 3. I'm interested in years 4 and 5. The pessimist would say he wasn't very good against good defenses. So which side do you fall on? As far as offensive coordinators, Lance, the other thing I want you to remember is one of his final offensive coordinators was Mike Bobo, who was a quarterback, and he actually probably played against Pat Nix when they were at Georgia versus Auburn. And Mike Bobo had Matthew Stafford. He had Aaron Murray. So the man knows how to construct a passing offense, and he kind of gave up on it by the time that they were finished and turned him into a runner. So that's something that the pessimist would talk about. As far as the Michael Penix pick, it's laughable. I mean, it really is. It makes zero sense whatsoever. If you wanted to draft a quarterback at 8, then you don't give Kirk, a 36-year-old quarterback, $90 million guaranteed. It's almost like admitting a mistake before Kirk Cousins has ever even thrown a pass. And the discussion that, look at Jordan Love, that's nonsense. And I've talked about this being nonsense for a long time. The idea that you can just put a guy in the oven for 3 years and all of a sudden he turns into Jordan Love if you don't play him for 3 years is insanity. That's just insane. Jordan Love is good because Jordan Love is good. Jordan Love is in the 4th year of his pro career, and he's good in his first year because it's his 4th year in the pros. If he had been a 4th-year starter, he would have been better in his 4th year than he was as a first-year starter in his 4th year. So the idea that you haven't made the playoffs since 2017, I mean, picture the Denver Broncos doing this with Russell Wilson, giving away all of those picks, for Russell Wilson, signing him to a giant contract. You're in a window to win now, and then trading away 2 more future first-round picks to draft the 5th quarterback in the NFL draft, who's 24 years old and has had 4 season-ending injuries. It's insanity. It makes 0 sense at all. 0. Because the idea, again, well, if you think he was that good, you knew you could get him at 8. Why the hell did you sign Kirk Cousins? Those 2 things, I cannot get them in any way, shape, or form to meet up, because they don't. They don't make sense. They're completely opposites.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, that contract, 4 years, 180 million, 100 million guaranteed. That is not a contract. And if I remember right, the way it's structured, it's basically 3 years and
no, it's basically 2. It's a 2-year, $90 million deal for the most part. They can get out of it in year 3, but you're talking about a 36-year-old quarterback who's got a $25 million cap hit this year and a $40 million and then some dead money that you can get out in year 3. If he plays well, then you want to pick up year 3. That's fine. If he plays well, then you want to pay him $180 million. So what the hell do you need a first-round quarterback for when you've got the 32nd ranked pass rush in the NFL?
Well, and not only a first-round quarterback, a guy that's going to turn 24 like 10 days after the draft. Like he's already on a shortened leash because he's already older. You've got the injury concerns, like you already alluded to all this. It doesn't make sense, dude. I'm right there with you.
It does not make any sense, and this is why I really hate talking in absolutes. Like, there's no way the Falcons sign Kirk Cousins to that contract and then go quarterback at 8. There's no way. There's just no way. It is absolutely asinine. And the idea, the people that come and say, well, if he's, and Nick, I'm not talking about you, because I'll say this every time. Well, if he turns out in 4 years to be a franchise guy, then it's worth it. Brother, I can say that about every pick that's ever been made in the history of the NFL draft. If I take a guy in the 7th round, if I reach for this guy, if he works out, well, no kidding. If he works out, of course, that's not what we do here. That's not the process. That's not how you do drafts. Oh, well, if this works out, then a bad pick's a good one. It was insane. It's absolutely insane. And I joked, there were a lot of Broncos fans that jumped over into our show. And I kind of joke with y'all all the time about Broncos fans being spoiled. When you talk about this and that, I'm like, the Super Bowls and this, I'm like, y'all don't know. It was especially when you were talking about, well, Sean Payton only won 1 Super Bowl with the New Orleans Saints. I'm like, do you have any idea how the other half lives? This is how teams like the Saints and Falcons live. They do stuff like this on draft day. This is how they do it. It's insane. Insanity, y'all. You cannot justify this move. You cannot do it. Can't.
Yeah, I'd be really curious about the medicals for him, because a lot of the focus was on the knee injuries, but every comment that I heard was more concerned about the shoulders. That and the big thing with Michael Penix was that deep ball, being able to basically sling it, although the placement wasn't always consistent. But if there's red flags with the shoulders and they're concerned about losing that power, that raw natural power that he has, and over time, well, as he gets older, well, now you're sitting him for 2 years at 24 years old. And this is what part of what you were touching on. Yeah, it just, when you look at everything, it doesn't make sense. And I'm with you, even though I do it a lot. I hate talking in absolutes and I try not to, but every year I always find myself giving some. And I mean, I was no way only 4 quarterbacks in the first round. Well, laugh at me now. There were 6 of them. All in the top 12 picks. And
I'm listening to y'all. The idea of, like, nobody on here was thrilled about the idea. Everybody's like, we don't mind Bo Nix. We'd like to trade down. We'd like to move down and get Bo Nix. Bo Nix, fine. He fits the offense. Okay, we like to trade down. But if he's there and you love him, you take him. You get it. You can justify that pick easily, even if you're not in love with the pick. It's an easy pick to justify. You've got a uber productive quarterback. You've got a gaping hole at quarterback. This makes sense. What the Falcons do, unfortunately, like I've said, Falcon is a noun, a verb, an adjective, and an adverb in the South. They falconed this up again. Are we going to falcon this thing up? Yeah, you are. And this is 4 straight NFL drafts where I vehemently disagree with who they took. And last year wasn't quite as bad with Bijan Robinson, but that a running back. You've gone tight end, you've gone running back, and you've gone backup quarterback
and receiver. Let's not forget
top
Drake.
10 picks.
Let's not forget Drake London. Let's not forget Drake London in there a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, Drake London was, again, I wanted to trade back there. There was, Chris Olave's on the board. There was like 6 straight wide receivers that went after that. And you're a team that is looking at, $100 million of dead cap money. You'd love to trade down and get some extra draft picks. So, London was a good pick. Again, y'all have heard me say it before. If you get good players, you'll be all right. London was a good player, but that wasn't my pick in that spot. Kyle Pitts, tight end. People are wondering if he's going to live up to that still in year 4 because they weren't ready to take advantage of him. Then you take a running back, and as good as he is, got Arthur Smith fired. That another pick there. And then a backup quarterback. Well, if he works out, well, no kidding. I could say that about Joe Milton in the 6th. If he works out, this is brilliant. I could say that about every pick that's ever been taken in the history of the draft. If he works out, it was a good pick.
Yeah. So I'm curious here before I let you get off here. Who did you want?
There was probably 40 guys I would have picked literally before there, because I would have taken Michael Penix around 50 for the Atlanta Falcons, based on the medicals, based on the need. It just doesn't make any sense. But you better hope, if you're the Atlanta Falcons, that no defensive player is worth a damn in this draft. From Dallas Turner to Leatu Latu to Terrion Arnold to Byron Murphy, any one of those guys, Quinyon Mitchell, makes more sense in a win now to fill a gaping hole on the defensive side of the ball. You better hope Caleb McGarry can block more than the sunshine in the South at right tackle with all of the offensive tackles in this draft. And you better hope Rome Odunze is a frickin' bust up in Chicago. And you better hope that Michael Penix is any good. But the thing is, as a general manager, you'll put another $3 or $4 million in salary in your pocket before you even find out if Rome Odunze can play or not.
Well, thank you, Scott, for joining us. We definitely love to have you on again, if not later tonight, over the next couple days. Definitely is always, fresh to, even though we're a Broncos podcast, it's nice to hear about other teams a little bit and having that resource. And of course,
we have a good time. And Nick and I will be back in the morning at youtube.com/Scott Kennedy to react to the first round. We'll talk some Bo Nix. We'll talk some defense. I'll probably say a lot of the same things. Typically, my gut reaction is my sticking reaction.
Thank you again. And we all feel you with the Michael Penix pick.
That was one of the best damn gut reactions I think I've heard in a while. Like, that was awesome. And I'm so glad that we brought him on for that, because the raw emotion coming out of that, man, like, I'm trying to remain focused and remain calm about everything with the Broncos with taking Bo Nix, because it's not the direction I would have gone in by any stretch of the imagination. Scott got flabbergasted and just went off on one of those wild and amazing tangents I think I've heard in terms of a gut reaction to a draft pick in the last 10 years. Like, that was fantastic. I'm here for this life.
Now, getting some super chats cleared up. We have Naj coming in again. Thank you, Naj, man. You are always a joy to meet and always a joy to see you chat. Saying, brothers, historically, 46% of quarterbacks drafted in the first round won at least one playoff game in their career. So with 6 quarterbacks taken, do you believe Nix is better than any of the 3 other quarterbacks taken? Now, Nick, I know you're dying to have your voice, be able to hear yourself talk and get your voice out there. It's been a while since we heard from you. Why don't you go ahead and take this one?
Does Nix have a chance to win a playoff game? Yeah, absolutely. I think the path in the AFC is very tough. You have Cyborg versus Werewolf versus Frankenstein in the AFC at the quarterback. But if you build a good enough team around him, I think Nix can be a very good driver of the bus. I don't think he himself can be the system, but he can drive the system. So now it comes down to Sean Payton finding let's just be real, hitting picks over the draft slot, finding players in free agency over what they're paying them, and filling in the roster around him. I think they got to figure out some more weapons for him. If Bo Nix is going to be this really smart pre-snap quarterback, that means you actually have to have weapons that can do something if he's identifying them. So I think you got to have to find some weapons there. I know Sean Payton historically has been offensive line first and then weapons, but with Nix and the quick game stuff, I think it's going to be, I don't know, it's probably going to be less heavy personnel stuff early on, I would imagine. I mean, there's going to be some level of transition from the RPO offense that we saw, the RPO home run to check down Oregon stuff versus what Sean Payton does. But yeah, going to be a interesting aspect for a lot of these quarterbacks too. It comes down to the fit, right? Like the team that you're in. I think Drake may be the most talented quarterback in this class, but in the AFC with a terrible Patriots supporting cast, he might have the hardest time doing that. JJ McCarthy may be the farthest away, or, question marks about the volume, but Minnesota's set up really well. And the NFC North is probably the best division in the NFC, but like the NFC is not a gauntlet of teams. So I can imagine, where these players land mattering as much as, the actual player themselves in the short term.
Yeah. And we just had our first cornerback taken by Philly, understandably. Definitely they need a secondary help. Quinion Mitchell was the first corner taken. I like that pick. I like that pick for them. I know there was a heavy discussion about who was corner one. Mitchell was my number one corner. I think it's a good pick as they are really trying to continue to win that Super Bowl. Anthony Edwards comes in with the $5 donation. Really appreciate you guys tonight. Just watch the Sean Payton comments on the pick of Nix. Sound like he is loved. Doesn't make me feel so bad. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things is like Sean Payton loved Bo Nix. I know ideally they wanted to move down and get him, but that wasn't able to happen because of how the draft falls out. And that's why information, there's a lot of accurate information that goes out there, that gets put out there, and it just falls flat because the unexpected happens. Something shocking happens in the draft, an unforeseen trade, unforeseen pick, like Michael Penix, and that just changes a lot. But Sean Payton likes him. Well, and as we've said before, they're tied at the hip. Sean Payton's got to make them work. And I think that I question how great this team can be with Bo Nix, but I definitely think that you raise the floor of this team. And then we have Shadif coming in with a $10 donation. I understand it's early, but I'm certain Payton covets draft capital. We have no explosiveness on offense. Surtain is nullified if you can't rush. We need impact players. Next 2 years are gone. Carl, it's good to get you back here. I mean, you missed some explosive reactions from Scott here about Penix, but what do you think about this? Are the next 2 years are they gone? Are they wasted?
Well, no, and I thankfully I kept my headphones in as I left the room. I'm wireless, so I got to hear all of that fun talk there by Scott, and appreciate all of his insight into what the Falcons were not thinking, honestly. But no, I don't think the next 2 years are wasted. I mean, we've seen teams turn things around very quickly. Obviously, Houston this past season, most people are kind of thinking they're going to be another top 10 pick for them. They're going to need to keep building, and all of a sudden, boom, they're a playoff team looking like one of the top 10 teams in football. And so I'm glad the Broncos were able to keep Surtain. I think he still has a few more years of elite play within him, if not a little bit more, because he's such a smart player. He doesn't have to be the most athletically gifted to be a great cornerback. Like Champ Bailey was still a great cornerback at the end of his career because he was so smart at how he played the position. Surtain can do that too. So I think you can still build up this roster. Next year you're going to have a first round pick. Hopefully you're not having to worry about the quarterback position. So now you can start really focusing on how are we going to build up this defense. You're going to have $100 million in free agency money that you could go spend, maybe even a little bit more, depending on if they trade Cortland Sutton or not. And so all of a sudden you can really start filling out this roster in a hurry because you have a quarterback on a rookie contract. And that is that's the golden ticket in football. If you can get a quarterback that plays as a top 15 quarterback in football on a rookie contract, that's the golden ticket. Now the lottery ticket is if you get a guy that plays as a top 5 quarterback like CJ Stroud or Patrick Mahomes. I should say a lottery ticket that actually wins.
That's the golden ticket. I would say
that's the true golden ticket. But no, like I said, I don't think it's that hard to turn things around quickly in the NFL. If you've got competent coaching, if you've got competent GM in position, which we can question with Peyton of how that's going to be. And if, like I said, if you're getting anything good from the quarterback position, you can become a playoff contender very quickly.
Especially when you're sitting on a projected $100 million in salary cap space with the richest owners in the NFL for next year, which leads me to a curious question that I have, Lance, before we go and fill out the rest of these special teams. Do you throw Bo Nix to the Wolves this year, or do you just stick with Jarrett Stidham, let him take a beating with this team, not necessarily tank, but just, give Bo Nix some extra time, maybe, play a little bit for a higher draft pick, and then just go 100% all in around Bo Nix next year?
Man, that's so difficult because you got to understand the age is a concern with Bo Nix. Like he's already 24 years old. You took him with the number 12 overall pick. He's got to be the guy, at least in my estimation. Like, sure, put him up against Zach Wilson in a quarterback competition, but I think that Bo Nix has to be the guy that you're leaning into to be the guy to lead this franchise, at least for 2024. God, that's so difficult to really navigate because you invested in Zach Wilson too. So I think that Nix has to be the guy to start immediately and see what you have for the long term. And if it doesn't work out, just continue to throw him out there and see if he can actually turn out to be the guy.
Yeah, and I'm going to pass this to you, to Nick, along with a quick super chat, because I know how your take is. I'm fairly certain I know what your answer is going to be. But Jason Lane coming in with the $1.99. We need to realize is Nix is a true dog. He's a baller. Same question to you about throwing Stidham to the Wolves instead of Bo Nix, and then going all in on Bo Nix next year. And do we need to realize that Nix is a true dog and a baller?
I mean, he's competitive. He's a hard worker, and he's choosing to go to Auburn under that microscope. Granted, he did transfer out, but obviously a good decision for him in the end. I mean, we're talking about a guy who tried to spike a football and spiked it backwards to lose a football game and have a fumble as out at Auburn against Arkansas. Didn't spike it forward, so it was a fumble. But obviously grown a lot since then. 60 plus starts in his career. Mm-hmm. And like I said earlier, the statistic, he's the second oldest quarterback drafted since 2010, only being outdone by Brandon Whedon. He's starting next year. He's got to start next year. I mean, Sean Payton, I think in the interview, or Adam Schefter put out there, like he wasn't going to let him get away like he didn't let Mahomes get away. He now got his Mahomes. I mean, even I think Payton threw out comparing him to Breeze. So, I mean, crazy high praise. And we knew Payton doesn't lack for hubris. So this is his guy. He's going to have to live with him, die by him, and he probably should be the starter year one. I know I got a little pushback from Jeremy saying he needs to be a top 20 quarterback next year out of the gate. By that, I mean, like year one. His year one needs to come out a top 20 quarterback, but that's like, what is that? You're a D minus if you're ranking 32 players, or like a D. That's not crazy to ask for top 20 play from a top 12 overall pick and wanting that level. So yeah, he should be starting day one. You're trying to maximize that rookie quarterback contract, and it's not like you're taking a 20-year-old with questions and tools, right? This is somebody who you have a lot of actualized ability on tape already. So yeah, he should be starting day one, year one. Stidham and Wilson are not enough of an investment to have any question there. And if he doesn't win the job out of the gate, I'd be concerned.
And we have Jeremy Barker coming in. Laugh if Zach beats out Nix. Have very ripping vibes with the $10 donation. Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate that. Sure. Carl, I want your opinion on this too. I'm in agreement. I think that you kind of do have to start him because of his age, but I think there's some thought that can be put into it and really going in, trying to build up the team next year around him. But you also want to have some idea of what you're building around. So, Carl, are you in agreement with, Nix has to be the day one guy?
I wouldn't say has to be, but you'd like him to be. You'd learn by playing the game. And I mean, there's things you can learn by sitting for a little bit. So don't get me wrong. There's still some value to it, but still for him, I think the best thing he can go do is get on the field, feel the speed of the NFL game and figure out, okay, these are the things I need to work on for next year. These are the things that were great. For the coaches to know, okay, these are the plays that work with him. These are the plays that don't, all those kind of things. So then when you're going into 2025, you can really hit the ground running with that team and say, okay, now we know what we have. And every quarterback out there, they're going to have things that they're great at and things they're terrible at. And so as a coach, your best thing is to figure that out and build an offense that fits that quarterback to that skill set. So yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of value by resting him, especially, you've got a pretty good offensive line. So I'm not worried about him taking too many hits and getting, as Sam Darnold liked to say, feeling ghosts behind him or whatever he said, or seeing ghosts on the field. Yeah, seeing ghosts. I don't think I'm worried too much about that because he's going to get rid of the ball pretty quick. Broncos have enough weaponry. It's not going to be great, but enough that can get open and make some plays. And the Sean Payton system, above all else, will get guys open to have him take advantage of it. So if this was honestly like Drake May with New England, I wouldn't blame them if they said, dude, we don't want to put you out there right now. We don't have the team to really put you on the field. We know you're not quite ready for it. We don't want to destroy you year one. It's very different with Bo Nix.
Yeah, we have another super chat coming in. BK with a $2 donation, and I don't know if Scott wants to jump in and join us with this one, as it does deal with Michael Penix. He says, over under on Penix's age when he gets his first start. What we'll just go around the table here quickly. Lance, where would you put the over under?
26. I would say 26 because you're gonna maybe 27. Scott's flashing 27 here. I think that you're going to have to get at least through the first 2 years of that Kirk Cousins contract. So 20, let's go 26 and a half is where I'll put the over under on it.
What about you, Nick?
I think 26. I think you'll probably see it's hard to not consider phasing out the older guy when you spend that kind of an investment on a player, especially with the reasoning being Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix. Now you have Kirk Cousins. I mean, apparently he's pissed off, which, I mean, understandably, we might take a quarterback. He had no idea it was going to be 8 overall. So I think that's a wild, really hostile. It's going to be a weird room there. I almost feel bad for Penix coming into there because of how I can't imagine. I mean, Kirk Cousins seems like a fine enough guy, but I mean, he's going to be irritated about this. So I'll go 26.
Yeah, real quick, we have Detroit Lions trading up with Dallas, and we'll catch up on all the picks here in just a couple minutes. And Detroit is taking the second corner off the board, and Terry and Arnold. They are another team that desperately needed a corner help, and their secondary let them down the stretch here. But Carl, what's your over under on Penix's age when he gets his first start?
I mean, yeah, 26 makes a ton of sense. You don't want to have this guy have to sit for too long. Like you said, but just because of that age thing, then you're talking about maybe at best, even if he has a great NFL career, you're talking like 10 years of a window with him because of this age thing. And and you want to take advantage of that rookie contract. So getting out of the Cousins deal. It sounds like they told Cousins 5 minutes before they made the pick.
Ew. And
that's doing him dirty after you make that kind of move.
Now, I don't know if any of you saw this report from ESPN. And to me, it just kind of, makes things look a little bit bad a little bit worse for the Falcons, not with the pick, but with the move of Kirk Cousins. Supposedly the Kirk Cousins injury is far worse, and part of why Minnesota wasn't super hyped to give him that big contract. And that has played a large part in them going after Penix, that they feel that he can come in and start if needed as a rookie, if Kirk Cousins, if he gets hurt again or isn't ready to go by season start. Did any of you see that report?
I did not, but I do have one quick comment here. Let's look at the landscape of the NFC South this last season. I believe the Buccaneers won the division at 9-7 last year. It's not exactly the cream of the crop division in the NFL right now. You've got Bryce Young and Carolina. They still have a long ways to go. Tampa Bay obviously won that division last year with Baker Mayfield. And then the Saints and Derek Carr. Let's see how that works out. But Kirk Cousins with Drake London, with Kyle Pitts, with Bijan Robinson, they got a solid offensive line. If they can get that defense built up, who's to say they can't win the AFC or the NFC South early in the year and Michael Penix gets to start late in the season? Like we could see Michael Penix start as early as this year, and now you come in with that nugget of Kirk Cousins' injury. Like maybe we do see Penix start this year, like right away, or even late towards the end of this year. Maybe 24 is the age where Michael Penix gets his first start in the NFL.
Yeah, Scott saying they're admitting they already made a mistake before he even throws a pass. Yeah, I think the timing of this being broken, I saw the report. It happened actually not long after the pick was in. I just saw it a few minutes ago. I think the timing of it is definitely something, and as they're leaking that in defense of their pick, which definitely does hurt that signing a little bit, and on top of the fact of them still being investigated for tampering and could lose a future pick for it as well. As Scott kind of said earlier, the Falcons falconed. So we'll see. We'll see what Penix can do. Even with that news, to me, it is still a bit of a rough pick, but I would set the over under on Penix getting his first start the age at 25, just because because I do know of that concern about the injury to Kirk Cousins, and which you guys didn't. So real quick, would any of you change, knowing that, would any of you change your over under?
Yeah, I would actually go to 24 and a half. I think he's going to start a game this year. I do think he's actually going to start the game this year. And I'm going to go back to the NFC South thing where, I mean, if Cousins does play well, if he is actually able to play, the NFC South is a dumpster fire. Like the Falcons have enough talent offensively to go out and win this division just outright. So let's let Kirk Cousins rest for, a week or two towards the end of the season and see what Michael Penix is. I do think we're going to see Michael Penix start a game this year, at least one.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and update the previous few picks. Troy Fautanu going to the Steelers at 20. I think we mentioned it, but it kind of got cut short a little bit. Chop Robinson to the Miami Dolphins. Quinton Mitchell, I know I mentioned, to the Philadelphia Eagles. Brian Thomas to the Jaguars, and then the Detroit Lions trading up with Dallas and getting Terry and Arnold. This was viewed as the position for a wide receiver run coming into the draft, and that's kind of that. And there's still a few tackles left, but we're kind of past that tackle run here. Nick, real quick, do you think that we're going to see a run on receivers here? Green Bay, they're on the clock. Tampa Bay, Arizona, Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore, 49ers, and the Chiefs to close it out.
Definitely still a chance that we see a run here. I think it's been pretty chalky for the most part, other than the Penix pick. A lot of the guys in this range we thought would come off the board have. We're still waiting on Cooper DeJean. We're still waiting on Tyler Guyton, Johnny Newton. But we're hitting the squarely round 1/2 grade / round 2 grade kind of people. So we'll see. But I don't think there's anybody on the board that is like, why is this guy plummeting? It looks pretty normal to me.
Yeah, I have just as we get to that, we have the next pick with the Packers taking Jordan Morgan, the offensive lineman of Arizona, right?
Yeah,
Patrick Paul Houston, Jordan Morgan, Arizona. Yeah, Carl, what do you think about this pick for the Packers?
Well, I mean, I get it; they need a tackle, and we've seen this kind of run on tackles. But with Guyton still there. I'm trying to remember who else was still on the board at this time. I just closed my board, unfortunately, but I'm a little surprised on this one. It's not my favorite pick by any means. He's got some versatility, but he's not the strongest. He might have to move inside to guard. I don't know. Again, I was not the biggest Jordan Morgan fan. He's a decent enough athlete to function in the NFL. I didn't view him as a first round pick.
Guard.
I'm with Nick. I think he's going to be moving into guard for them. Packers, I mean, they need tackle help, but they need offensive line help in general. Like whenever you read anything from Packers people, Packers media, they always talk about we need tackles, we need guards, we need the center. Basically, like they're just trying to find a solid five. have some talent there, I think. But it's just a matter of just finding that consistency or that consistent line that they can roll with. Because if I remember right, injuries were a big issue for that offensive line this last year as well. Lance, obviously, as we're nearing the end of the first round, we're down to, the final handful of picks here. Well, slightly more than a handful. Who's the guy that you think is, Nick kind of touched on that. There's nobody surprising falling. Who is the guy in your opinion that is falling?
It's Graham Barton, the offensive lineman from Duke, and you can call him a center, you can call him a guard, you can call him a tackle. My father-in-law is a massive Miami Dolphins fan, and he was a huge fan of Graham Barton going there. And he's like, I died a little bit inside when the Miami Dolphins took Chop Robinson. Graham Barton's still on the board. Like, this is a surprising one to me because that versatility, he could step in and play tackle if you absolutely need him to. He's going to step in day one and be an elite level guard at the NFL level, and he has that center versatility. To me, the fact that he's still on the board is kind of a shocker to me because, and I know there's concussion issues, like there's injury concerns with him, but that versatility that he brings to the offensive line where he can step in day one and start any one of those 5 positions, to see him still on the board right now is a little surprising to me.
What about you, Nick?
Still on the board. That's a little surprising. I guess I'll go Cooper DeJean. I mean, we had talked about some teams really liking him.
Of course you would, Iowa boy.
He fits the bill. He fits the bill. He's one that stands out to me. I'm just going over the board. I mean, nobody else. Maybe Johnny Newton or Tyler Guyton, but I mean, this is around the range for them as well. So I don't know. That's a hard question for me because a lot of these feel like they are within range still. And that's going in line with the chalk of, the first round consensus grade guys. Now we're in that next tier, and the next, 20 to 30 guys are probably all roughly graded the same by a lot of teams.
Yeah. Coming into the draft, there was a lot of things about how this draft, there's about 18 to 24 first round guys, depending on the team you ask. Well, we're past that point. Most teams are out of their first round grades. They're starting to take those second round guys and everything. The guy who I have left that's highest on my board is Jackson Powers Johnson. But I didn't, normally every year I kind of have a late shift in the final week for it. I didn't do that this year. Otherwise, I would have dropped down a lot because there are some serious concerns about concussions with him, as there are with Graham Barton, as well as a labrum that required surgery this last year, along with a groin injury that may or may not require surgery here soon. So a lot of injury concerns with these guys, and that is something that definitely will drop people down the board, especially when they play a lesser valued position. And Cooper DeJean, he's definitely a guy. I wouldn't say that he's fallen, but this is definitely about the range that I had him in. Carl, what about you? Is there anybody that's still on the board that not necessarily has you like, oh my God, why is he still there? But that you would say is kind of dropping a little bit?
Well, yeah, Cooper DeJean was probably going to be my choice. I'll go Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle of Oklahoma. Just because, again, we've seen so many offensive tackles go in this draft. And many times you're looking for those guys that have a really good athletic profile. He's strong. He can move people. Obviously, he's very raw. So I get it why he's fallen this far. And I'm guessing here in these next 10 picks, he's going to go at some point. And this is probably the range that I had him going. But again, that would probably be one just because, again, tackles have gone so quickly in this draft. It wouldn't shock me if he's that next tackle taken.
Yeah, and speaking of Graham Barton, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they just selected him. They are a team that over the years, they have actually taken a lot of risks on offensive linemen who have some injury concerns, and it's for the most part has worked out for them. So best of luck. They definitely trust their medical staff and trainers to help keep their offensive linemen healthy a little bit and aren't overly concerned about the injuries with Graham Barton. Nick, you had something you wanted to add in there?
Just came across my favorite moment of the draft so far, besides Denver hopefully hitting on a franchise quarterback. We're going to just, believe until we see otherwise. But Nick Saban is on ABC. He's going to be on College Game Day this year, and he's covering the draft for ESPN. And he comes out after the announcement of Kenyon Mitchell to the Eagles saying he was our number one guy to be in the portal last year. to try to get him to come out into the portal, and he would never actually enter the portal. So Nick Saban just outright admitting to tampering with players that have not officially entered the portal. So he doesn't care anymore. He's retired, but man, what a dirty game this college football is, to have Nick Saban come out and like, hey, Kenyon, hey, come on out of the portal. Nope. Okay. God bless.
You got to love the landscape of college football right now. I mean, the NIL things, the collective that, all the donors are putting all this money in for, whether it's football players, whether it's basketball players, volleyball players are getting them too. I mean, the landscape of college football is about to change so dramatically, not only with NIL, but then the realignment of the conferences, getting UCLA and USC to the Big Ten. You've got Oregon and Washington going over to I believe the Big 12, whatever the hell. Like this whole realignment and everything is just shaking up the landscape. And I don't blame some of these coaches for saying, you know what, I don't want any part of this anymore. Like I don't. Why? It's the wild west right now. We've got to figure out some kind of way to relegate, and I don't want to say legislate because that's not the right way to put it, but figure out a way to make this effective for everyone to be able to go into the transfer portal and stop the tampering and stop just throwing money at everybody for them to come and move programs, because it's not good for the coaches. It's not good for the players. They don't have any continuity. There's no really growth and development for these players. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the guy that's the old guy standing out on my lawn. Stay off my lawn, whatever that may be. But like, I don't know. Sorry for the rant. I guess I didn't really have a big point there. I hate the transfer portal in the way that it's working right now, and they've got to figure out a way to make it cleaner and more effective for players and coaches and just college football in general.
Yeah, Lance, to that, I just got to say is I'm glad I don't care enough. I don't care about that stuff. I just watch these guys to evaluate how they can transition to the NFL and do my best at doing that. If they tamper, they tamper. I don't care, because there is so much tampering at every level, both college and the NFL, that happens every single year that just never gets unnoticed. It's just an issue of with the Falcons and the Eagles. It's just an issue of the player they tampered with coming out and admitting it. So that's just an issue. But we have Riptide coming in with a $2 donation. We'll go around with this, starting with you, Carl. Who gets cut, Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham?
I honestly think Stidham. Mm-hmm. I mean, you save a little bit more on the cap by cutting him. Zach has more starts. He's younger, but I think he's younger, if I remember right. But Stidham, I don't think brings a whole lot to the table other than just having been here, knowing the system. I could definitely see the Broncos riding with the two young guys. I saw a comment on Twitter that said, do the Broncos have the widest quarterback room in the NFL? And yeah, kind of with these guys. But no, I could see Zach Wilson being that project, the kind of hey, we're going to build this guy in the background while we have our guy Bo Nix here. Maybe we can sign him to a 2-year deal, pretty short term, cheap deal moving forward. There's a lot of options there. But yeah, just saving a little bit more on the cap. But again, you're saving about $5 million there. You're saving another, how much is it? Like $12 million if you move on from Cortland Sutton, 12 or 14. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head here, but that gives you even that much more room to work with for this roster moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Nick, what about you?
Sorry, what was the question? I was
Zach Wilson or Jarrett Stidham, who gets cut?
We're going to let it settle on the field. I think that you drafted such a high floor quarterback that with Bo Nix, just the starts and the everything, it's not as much of a projection, in my opinion, there, again, with the high floor and the starts. So I probably lean keeping Zach Wilson because it really comes down to just the money savings there and the potential upside with Wilson. But I think there's no reason to rush it, right? You're not going to all of a sudden have Stidham's money become fully guaranteed or Wilson's money become fully guaranteed at some point this offseason. So let them play out. Maybe even one of them plays well enough you can flip them again or something. But I think there's no reason to rush that. Just whatever guy's best in camp you keep.
What about you, Lance?
I think it comes down to experience, quite honestly. And I know that it sounds crazy, but Jarrett Stidham's 27 years old. Zach Wilson's 24. And Zach Wilson has 33 career starts in the league to this point. Jarrett Stidham started like 4 games. He's the most experienced starter on this roster right now, at least coming before the Zach Wilson trade. You've got to stick with that experience. You got to stick with the upside. You've got to at least have somebody that can step on the field and be a day one starter, whether that's Bo Nix or whether that's Zach Wilson. Those two guys have at least enough experience playing as a starting quarterback. Stidham doesn't have that. And I think that he's going to be easily beat out by Wilson with the tools. He's going to be beat out by Bo Nix because of the draft status. And then the money. The money comes into the situation as well. So, I think Stidham's probably going to be the one that's let go. And then probably brought back as the practice squad quarterback. I think Ben DiNucci is the one that really is the short end of the stick on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to vary from all of you, even though Sean Payton, he talked about last year about working the third quarterback spot and all that with the practice squad call-ups and all that. I think they keep all 3. I think Sean Payton, he really does like Jarrett Stidham a lot and really has a lot of trust in him. I think Bo Nix is the high floor. Zach Wilson is a bit of the project. I think they end up keeping all 3 quarterbacks on the roster for this year. Obviously, training camp, preseason, that'll determine it. If somebody else, somebody key for special teams needs to be kept and stands out during that time where you can't afford to keep 3 quarterbacks, then I honestly we'll see who wins the job. But I do think that they end up keeping 3 and missed this one. But we have Shadif Henson coming in with another $20 saying, I understand what you guys are saying, but Bain has been on record that you don't build your team through free agency. Who wants to come here if you're drafting in the top 5 and 25? We're selling this to the fan base. Peyton has been on record saying that, but how long is George Payton here? This is Sean Payton's team. It was made his team last year, and he made it clear last year he's willing to build up, especially key areas, through free agency. Carl, what do you think on this?
You build up through every avenue possible. Like, obviously, you want to hit on draft picks because that helps keep contracts down, and you got young players that are cost controlled, all those kind of things. But, I look at the 2015 Broncos that won a Super Bowl. Like, you don't win that Super Bowl without a few of those free agents coming in. Peyton Manning coming in to the Broncos. You got Aqib Talib, DeMarcus Ware, TJ Ward. I'm trying to think of some of the other big names that came in through free agency for that season. But so there's always going to be that mixture within your roster. You can't build the entire roster through the draft. Every year, every team is given 7 picks. Then you got comp picks that come in, trades that come in, all those kind of things. So at most, in a 4-year period, you can have 28 players from 4 drafts that are under contract. So you have to build up through something else. You don't want to have your entire roster from free agency, obviously, and you don't have to overpay for a lot of guys.
I can't remember which coach it was, but there's a coach, and Nick, I'm sure that you'll have some thoughts on this, but there was a coach who said, like last year or the year before, is that you build your future through the draft, you build now through free agency.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was a coach or somebody online, but you should always go into the draft and not really look at the one that you need to put in a box. And I've said it many times as quarterback, it's a different evaluation process, but everything else you need to really use free agency for the immediacy and draft. Just stack positions of value in your board and think long-term, because 2 years from now, what you have a strength in your roster right now is very possibly a weakness. Things just turn over that fast in the NFL. So, oh my gosh, we're really good at tackle right now, but stink at edge. Do we going to pass a better tackle because we need an edge? Probably bad process if you look back at it long enough. So again, quarterback's different, but we have another pick in here. We have Darius Robinson, one of the Senior Bowl standouts, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona, one of the few teams with a worse defensive front than the Denver Broncos on paper. So they had a first-round talent there and a first guy off the bus kind of thing there. But, I think definitely the draft is about acquiring talent and thinking 3 to 4 years down the road. And hopefully, especially once you get beyond the first round, and hopefully good teams end up doing that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those things and what the coach, I'm pretty sure it was a coach, might have been former general manager of the Vikings, Rick Spielman, who said it. Somebody who has plenty of experience in it anyways. And you kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit, is that you fill your needs in free agency for that year, and then for your needs next year, you're getting them in the draft. Or in 2 years, or however they see it. You're just not getting. You don't draft for needs in that current year. Carl, you have something from Adam Schefter about Bo Nix, if you want to share it.
Yeah, and I did just want to add a little bit to that. Like Baltimore Ravens are one of the best teams of understanding that with the draft, where like every few years or every couple years, they're taking a pass rusher because they're going, okay, we're going to have a need in 2 years. And so they keep churning out these great pass rushers that they give a couple years to develop, and then they replace those starters, let those guys walk. Then they get a 3rd round comp pick because those guys get paid high money. And then they use that 3rd round comp pick to get another edge player that's going to be working for him for in 2 years. But anyway, Adam Schefter, he said Denver held a private workout with Bo Nix the day after his pro day. The night before the workout, the Broncos sent Nix 3 packets of offensive play installation, and the next morning as they worked in the classroom with Nix, he crushed it per Broncos source. The Broncos then took Nix from the classroom to the field, watched him throw for an hour, and were convinced they had a quarterback they wanted. Even Sean Payton was talking to, I think, Bill Belichick just a little bit ago, and he said that we were driving away from his pro day, and like all the coaches and everything are in one of the vehicles, and he just goes, "Are you kidding me? Like, what? We just watched something great there." And so it does sound like the Broncos really did love him a lot, had a 1st round grade on him. Where they were in the 1st round of, was he a 20th player, 25th player, those kind of things. But it does sound like they did definitely have a 1st round grade on him.
Yeah. Franklin Peterson coming in with another $5. Thank you, Franklin. You've been absolutely a star tonight. Absolutely super, I guess I should say. Other than the Falcons, this has been a boring but 1st round. LOL. For the most part, I agree. But there have been other picks that have been a little bit surprising. A couple of trades that have been surprising. There was a lot of talk about the Cowboys and Barton, and they passed up on him. Could have been because of the injuries. So it hasn't been the most exciting, but I wouldn't say it's been boring, but a boring but 1st round. What do you think, Lance?
It's been pretty well chalk for the most part. I think the one big surprise, obviously, with Penix going to the Falcons, Bo Nix at 12 was kind of a shock to me. But for the most part, I think it's pretty well played out for the most part, as well as everybody could have predicted. The Bengals getting Amarius Mims, that was something that I had heard a couple of different times and something I played around with. Troy Fautanu falling to the Pittsburgh Steelers, that's a huge get for them. The Eagles landing on a cornerback, the top cornerback in the class, and Quinion Mitchell, which is a great fit for them. Like, quite honestly, playing an off man and off quarters coverage, which is what Toledo did for the majority of the time. There was cover 6 as well. Like that's just a huge, great fit for that Vic Fangio defense. For the most part, though,
I'm going to interrupt you there real quick. Bad news, Broncos fans. Kansas City Chiefs trade up and take Xavier Worthy, the new record holder for the fastest 40 time at the combine.
Of course they did.
Broncos need to get pressure in the secondary. Like they got to add somebody with speed because they don't have that guy. That is definitely a bit of a problem. There are some effort and concerns like that with him. I mean, you can turn on Texas tape and you can see all of their receivers. If they know the ball's not going their way, they're running at 25%. Worthy's one of them. Gave no effort as a run blocker either. But man, with speed like that, with the way that they utilize Tyreek Hill and his speed and quickness, this is a dangerous pick for the Broncos defense.
Why not just replace Tyreek Hill a couple of years later with a player that projects like Tyreek Hill? I mean, verticality, the explosiveness, he's not the greatest route runner in the world right now, but he still has the ability to run crisp routes. Here we go. This is what everyone feared in Broncos country, was to get Xavier Worthy or Adonai Mitchell to Kansas City, and they trade up to go get their guy. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, guys. This is a bad deal for the Broncos and for the AFC in general.
Probably. I mean, Worthy's a really small player, and if you can get your hands on him at the line of scrimmage, you can really disrupt him. I don't think he's going to be great at the catch point. So again, if you can use your length and size on the back end, you can get him off his mark. A lot of drops in college as well. And granted, he played with a broken hand, I think his sophomore year. So I think that's going to be maybe somewhat explained away, but he's going to be interesting. If he was going to a worse offensive coordinated team, I'd be like, well, they're probably gonna have to figure out some ways to like move him before a snap, just so that way you're not getting him pressed. But I think Andy Reid will probably cover him just fine in that regard, unfortunately. So yeah, one of the things we've seen about the Chiefs is that when they had Tyreek Hill, they had a historic rate of 2 high safety shells they were going against. And that kind of shifted recently as they went from more of a vertical plane attacking team to more of a horizontal plane. Now that just kind of changes the areas they can attack in the field again. So this is an interesting pick. It had been a lot of offensive tackle talk for the Chiefs, but Worthy is a unique talent. He ran fast, and he would have been going. I know a lot of people talked about Worthy like, oh, he's only going to go this high because of how fast he ran. This was just confirming his speed. I didn't have his grade change at all. I thought somewhere from 25 to 40 made sense for him anyway. So to see him go to the Chiefs is unfortunate, but we'll see. I don't think, it's not like they ended up with Malik Neighbors or something also.
Yeah.
There's definitely ways you can defend him with his size and everything. And he's not physical and as built, not that Tyreek Hill was the, most built guy, but their body types are different. Worthy is a little bit slender, isn't as physical. So there are ways for that. But Andy Reid, I mean, the way he can, scheme guys open, has done it year after year with multiple different types of receivers. It still adds to his threat. And I will say is that there was some talk of tackle here, but it has been a wide receiver from day one for them. The big name for a long time was Adonai Mitchell. There was Ladd McConkey. I wonder if Adonai Mitchell's combine with some of attitude stuff kind of dropped him down a little bit. And I do think that the speed here helped him a little bit in the Chiefs' eyes, because they really wanted somebody who can stretch the field and, bring that big play element that they were really missing, hopefully with more consistency than, they had since moving on from Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill, he is a 1-for-1 like type wide receiver. There's not anybody that's really like him in his game, because he has such incredible speed on top of, like you said, that strength. Like, he plays bigger than his size, and he can make the tough catches in traffic. A lot of these smaller, quick guys, like, they're great going down the field, making those plays over the top. If you get them open, they can make the play, but making something in traffic, they're not good at that. And Xavier Worthy, again, he kind of falls a little bit into that category, but he went to the right situation, and Chiefs are going to love him, especially not knowing what's going to happen with Rashee Rice. They know he's going to get suspended this year. How long of the season? That's up in the air. But even there, like, this is a good pairing. Rashee Rice can do the dirty work. Xavier Worthy can go get the big plays. And so now as Nick said, you got to cover the entire field. And they haven't had that here for these last couple of years. And it has hurt their offense. Like, they've had to really depend on this defense to step up and be a top 5 defense in football. And they've been able to do that and go win Super Bowls, but it just makes them that much more of a dangerous team now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Dallas going Tyler Guyton, the tackle that you've mentioned here a few times, with their pick, not trading down again. There was a lot of talk. I mean, I mentioned earlier about Graham Barton for them. And so there were a lot of people who felt that maybe they switched to Jackson Powers-Johnson. From what I understand, they were all the way out on Jackson Powers-Johnson, and this suggests it. There's another center that they are eyeballing that they could probably get in the second round. But Nick, you've been big on Tyler Guyton for a lot longer than I have, and you're still a lot higher on him. What is Dallas getting out of Tyler Guyton?
Just an athlete with tools, great mover, somebody who could end up being outside of Mims, maybe the toolsiest tackle in this class. Really long, competitive, but still a work in progress, which you don't love for somebody his age, I guess is how to put it. Obviously at the Senior Bowl and everything like that, but 6'7", 320 pounds, 34 3/8 arm length. I feel like he plays a little upright and sometimes can caught a little bit leaning as well, maybe a little bit over aggressive, but also nasty. And that's, it's a double-edged sword there, but at least, he's out there being aggressive. So I think this is a good range for him. He's somebody that probably right tackle was a Tyler Steen there or something. Maybe they move something around because they just lost Tyron Smith, or we'll see what happens with Tyler Smith, former Tulsa guard / tackle. But we know the Cowboys prioritize offensive line. They'd be able to trade back and still get a tackle. I think it's good business for them. And this is about the range that he probably should have gone, because far from a finished product, has a lot of technical work still to do, but you don't find many people walking the earth that have the size, length, mass, and athleticism of Guyton.
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right on that. And the way that he gets out in the front, like he can move laterally, he can move vertically. He's got clean feet for the most part. He gets his base back underneath him in his kick step. He lands with powerful hands. Like, that was the one thing that I noticed the most, was when he wants to punch you in your chest, he's going to drive you backward. He shocks you in your chest plate. Again, that lateral agility in his mirror, the ability to punch, drive, get to the outside, climb to the second level, find a player at the second level, land on him, and just continue to work down the field, man. Like this, he's raw for sure. I think that he's definitely inexperienced for what he is coming out of Oklahoma. And that's the offensive line pipeline right now, especially at offensive tackle. But for him to step in this year, become a quality starter, and then just show those tools. The tools that he has are incredible. That length is awesome. The athleticism is great. This is a good pick for Dallas, especially with them liking to run the wide zone stuff that they like to do. So yeah, it's a good get for Dallas. And unfortunately, they land on another tackle that can play both sides of the offensive line as well.
So who's the highest, with Baltimore on the clock, who's the highest rated Alabama player left for them?
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Is it Kool-Aid?
Or is it Chris Braswell?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to do a bunch of other things, but we're here in the final 3 picks of the first round. We will be live tomorrow again at hold on, I gotta do the math so I don't give my time zone. 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the second and third rounds of the draft, and then super early Saturday morning for me. I have to be up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, as it is 10 a.m. Mountain Time on Saturday for the day 3, because it's noon Eastern. Am I right on that?
I think so.
Yeah.
But
I think so, yeah.
Anyways, as we close out on the first round, before we get to the final thoughts about Bo Nix and the Broncos, well, final thoughts for tonight anyways, what besides Michael Penix, what has been the most surprising pick for you guys?
I mean, it has to be, sorry to keep digging on it, Scott, but it has to be the Penix. Besides Penix?
Besides Penix.
I guess it's JJ McCarthy's slight fall and how little the Vikings had to give up to go get him. And also the revelation of Sean Payton's board. I mean, many of us were led to believe that, McCarthy or May were their guys, and now we're draft day. And it's like, actually, our top 3 guys were Williams, Daniels, and Nix. So would be curious to, be a fly on the wall or see the process after the fact now. But what led to that board and just the Broncos' overall evaluation and ranking of the quarterback group? Because, I mean, you listen to Sean Payton. I haven't had a chance yet, but he did a 5-minute segment with Pat McAfee, and it sounds like he's over the moon to get Bo Nix. So just, again, maybe it's biased because it's Broncos-centric, but leading towards the Nix evaluation and being just ecstatic of taking him at 12. Truth's going to be in the pudding. Again, I said it on here before. We're dealing with 55% of the puzzle pieces when it comes to the quarterback evaluation, and intangibles are a huge part of it. And a lot of that's hearsay, right? Not on tape as much. So we will see what that works out at, but just the process of the quarterback for the Broncos and them getting their third guy at 12 without having to trade up could end up being a great process. I mean, we'll see. Time will tell.
I'll go Olufushanu going to the Jets at 11. I think we talked about it on the show before they even got to the pick, that the Jets very much connected to Brock Bowers. Sounds like Aaron Rodgers was trying to encourage the team to take Brock Bowers. And so then to not listen to your franchise quarterback and go, hey, nope, we need to go get this other guy. And I get it. I mean, Olufushanu, great player. at a position of need, especially with the health of their offensive tackles over these last few years. I think this was the right pick for them. I'm just a little surprised that they decided to do this with Brock Bowers still on the board.
What about you, Lance?
I think the one that really stands out to me in terms of I didn't really see it coming, especially given how the board fell with the edge room. It would be Laiatu Latu to the Indianapolis Colts. Like we all know that they wanted to have, they needed cornerback help for sure. They wanted to add a wide receiver for Anthony Richardson in his second year. And rather than getting a speedy power, like a speed to power conversion guy in Dallas Turner or a straight power guy like they usually like to get in Jared Verse, they go with Latu, who is probably the most refined player at the edge position. And just for them to go in that direction was something that I didn't see that coming. I heard a lot of Quinion Mitchell there. I heard a lot of Terrion Arnold there. And one that I really liked, this will tickle your fancy, Nick, with Gus Bradley playing that cover 3 scheme, Cooper DeJean in the cover 3 scheme that Iowa's run most frequently. Like it just surprised me to see them go edge as compared to taking that cornerback that they desperately need.
Yeah. Now, real quick, Baltimore Ravens. They go corner. They end up getting Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. Going away from the Alabama guy. That's a bit of a shock. We all know how much they love Alabama. Now, we already gave our grades earlier. You know, we've had about hour and a half, give or take, to kind of sit on Bo Nix. Have any of your guys' grades on him changed just, with having time to, sit and reflect on it a little bit? Or are you sticking with those initial ones?
C+, B- still for my evaluation, but hearing Sean Payton, how excited he is about it, not being too overzealous with my own evaluation, because again, not dealing with all the information. The fact that they didn't, if they liked him that much and they sat back and took their third quarterback who was 6th off the board to be patient there and not trade up, not panic about that, to still have those picks. Now, ideally, I would have preferred a slight trade back, but with how the quarterback mark is and the value of the quarterbacks on that rookie contract, it makes sense. So I went from C+ to C+, B-.
I think that the thing that I think the big thing for me is I want to see how the rest of this plays out over the next couple of days. I'm going to hold solid with the B because Sean Payton apparently got his guy. It may not be the guy that I like the most, but Sean Payton got his guy. How do they continue to build this roster around him? I think this offensive line, they were 7th in pass block win rate last season, 3rd in run block win rate. Like this offensive line is solid, at least for what it is right now. Maybe Austin Forsythe can come in and be that center for them and all the praise that he's said about Bo Nix. What do they do at the wide receiver position? How do they address the running back position? How much do they invest in him as this quarterback of the future? And what do they do to help him even further? That to me is going to give a more elaborate grade for me on him and a more overarching opinion for him. But as of right now, I'll just stick with my grade of a B.
Carl, did yours change at all? Or are you still sticking with your B+, right?
B+, yeah. I did have a question. Does drafting Bo Nix at 12 change anything that happens with Courtland Sutton now? Like, you've had time to process this. He's been your number 1 wide receiver here for the last couple of years. Do you now decide, hey, we got to hold on to this guy to help with the development of our rookie quarterback? Or is it just like, hey, if we get a good offer tomorrow, a day 2 pick for this kind of wide receiver, save this much on the cap, we got to make that kind of move? Or is it that, hey, we just got to keep this guy?
So, Carl, you kind of stole my thunder because that was my next question was with Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton. I still think there's a better than not chance he gets moved in the next 2 days. They seem, what's the right word here? They seem set on moving on from him. They have no interest in adjusting his contract from what I've gathered and from what has been reported. And they want the cap savings. Like, even though they're in a decent enough spot, it's still not ideal, and they can use that little bit extra money for in-season signings or late veteran ads during camp and stuff. maybe they keep them, but if they do, I think it's because no team offers what they want for them.
I think that we need to kind of reevaluate our position on Tim Patrick, to tell you the truth, because going into the training camp last season, Tim Patrick was supposed to be one of the priority targets in this offense. He was a guy that Sean Payton absolutely fell in love with. And while I understand that he's coming off the torn ACL and then the torn Achilles in back-to-back years, they restructured his contract, brought him back, and he's a team leader. He's a guy that's a reliable receiver out there. And maybe he is the guy that's going to line up as that big X receiver that's going to go out there and be the possession guy. And hopefully Bo Nix can target him a lot. Like they've got their Brandon Cooks role in Marvin Mims, and maybe they've got the Marquez Callaway guy in Josh Reynolds. Like, the more you think about it, the more you kind of like dive through everything. I do think Cortland Sutton is probably as good as gone as a Denver Bronco here in the next, let's call it 72 hours.
Little Jordan Humphrey, I think is who you meant, not Marquez Callaway.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about Sean Payton's time with the Saints, because Marquez Callaway was that. So like the deep shot, the post guy.
I think pass this off to you is I have absolutely zero faith on Tim Patrick until he shows he can stay out there on the field. After 2 season-ending injuries, both on the first 2 days of training camp. Yeah, got to show you can stay on the field at this point with a guy who has severe injury issues going back to high school. Nick, what about you?
I just think it's crazy to think about moving on from Sutton, given how little sure things you have in that room. Josh Reynolds is a wide receiver 3 at best. Mims didn't show he could hold on to the football or run anything besides a fly route last year. Greg Dulcich can't show to be on the field. Tim Patrick can't show to be on the field. Your running backs outside of dump offs to P. Ryan last year weren't very good. I mean, I understand Sean Payton has a very high opinion of himself, but at the end of the day, good players make good coaches, and the Broncos, they got a lot of names out there for the group, but not a lot of people who are difference makers that I believe in. So I have a hard time seeing, unless you can get a round 3 pick and you think that you can package some stuff and go get a guy you love here round 2, maybe that's possible. But outside of Sutton, I don't know if you have a single above average player at wide receiver, tight end, or running back.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And real quick, I have some quick comment on that as well. But San Francisco 49ers taking Cooper DeJean. The Iowa defensive back is out of there. I like that fit for DeJean and the 49ers and the pairing that they have. But I get what you're saying with Cortland Sutton. But it has been widely reported that as soon as Sean Payton was hired, that one of the first things that he wanted to do was dismantle the wide receiver room. And I still think that's the case. I don't think moving Jerry Jeudy was enough for him. I think that Tim Patrick being willing to come back on the reworked 1-year deal definitely helps. But also going with what you were saying, Cortland Sutton is one of 3 receivers that are under contract for after this season, with Josh Reynolds and Marvin Mims being the other one. I mean, if they move on from Cortland Sutton, that is a lot of work to do in basically a year to just rebuild that wide receiver room.
Yeah, and I don't know if I don't think the Niners did take Cooper DeJean. We'll see, but that's not what I'm saying right now. So we'll see if it's true. But it looks like a wide receiver coming off here from what I saw. I don't know.
Yeah. It's Ricky Pearsall. There was not a fake one. It was an actual legit one that said that it was Cooper DeJean. So I went with that because they've been accurate all night, but nope, they were wrong this time. It is Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver out of Florida. My bad.
And the Bills traded back again.
Yeah.
So who's on the clock then?
That's a good question.
Oh, all right. Well, did I freeze? What's going on?
Sorry. No, it just Jordan Schultz had reported that they were trading back, but he didn't say who they were trading back with.
All right. Well, we'll see. And crazy. This is kind of an interesting pick. Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, it's the Panthers.
One spot?
One spot? Or did they move up from 40?
I haven't
Did they have 40?
seen what the details are. They could be using, that other second round pick that they have to move up there, and including something else, or they could just be moving up, from 33 to 32. Haven't seen just yet.
I'm going to try to find out what pick they have real quick if I can.
Does this Ricky Pearsall move have any indication of a Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel trade coming down the tracks? There's been a lot of smoke around that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, expectation is one of those guys will be moved. A lot of people believe that it would have happened tonight, but with what we've seen with trades and values with them, if they wanted to package one of them to move up, obviously that didn't happen. So day 2 does make more sense for them if it's a straight trade.
I want to ask you guys
from 33 to 32.
Okay. I want to ask you guys a question really fast, because given the landscape of the wide receiver market in the NFL, and it seems like every single year the wide receiver class in the draft is just incredible. Like there's always top level talent. There's always multiple different guys that can come in and start on like day 1. Do we think that we're about to see a big dynamic shift in how teams value the wide receiver position, or are we going to still continue to see massive contracts given out to guys? Like the big example I want to throw out here is T. Higgins on the franchise tag. Do you think that he's a player that's worth $25 million right now when you can go and get a player like a Javon Baker in the 3rd or 4th round that has a similar skill set? Or is T. Higgins that much of a better player right now that you're willing to give $25 million as compared to $1.5 million on day 3?
T. Higgins is going to get 25, and I won't even blink. Calvin Ridley got 25, and T. Higgins is a better player. Amon-Ra got 30 million a year. What did AJ Brown just get? Almost 100% guaranteed. I don't even 33, whatever the heck it is per year, something crazy. So while we do have a lot of wide receivers coming out, teams need 2, 3, 4 of them. And in an era, I mean, this last year, we saw the least explosive plays in a season that we've ever seen since we started recording the stat. So teams are looking for playmakers on the outside. If we're talking about that bubble bursting, as far as so many wide receivers are coming in that they're just kind of rotating them out, we're not there yet. I mean, we just saw 3 wide receivers, 2 or 3 get paid more than Penny Sewell, who might've been the best offensive tackle in football last season. So even though you do want, I do agree that, there's some question about when you want to pay wide receiver versus drafting them early, probably pairing a rookie quarterback contract with a highly paid wide receiver versus the going the opposite way when you have a veteran quarterback. But no, man, wide receivers, super valuable. If anything, I think that even though there's a lot coming in, just with how important explosive plays are, I think offensive pass catchers, actual difference makers at offensive pass catcher, is now the 3rd most important position when you're building a team after pass rusher and, of course, quarterback.
Yeah, well, we have the final pick of the 1st round, which means we just have a few more minutes left before we got to get out of here, as the Carolina Panthers, we said, traded up, take Xavier Legette, the wide receiver out of South Carolina.
Wow.
Guys, overall, it's been great. Any final thoughts for the Broncos pick, 1st round in general, anything like that before we got to get out of here?
Hopefully the Broncos hit, man. Sean Payton, you're on the clock. He obviously brought in Drew Brees and had a really great run with Drew Brees, but a lot of the other, the quarterbacks he's drafted and he's been around since then have been hit or miss. I mean, Taysom Hill, we make jokes about that. Garrett Grayson, not great. Ian Book, not great, but this is his first time stamping this is my guy in the 1st round that we've ever seen from Sean Payton. So, I mean, honestly, if this blows up, I think that he probably does not get in the Hall of Fame unless it blows up so much that you get a top pick in 2026 and you take a franchise savior then. But is he even going to have a job then? But this is staking your reputation on it from a big legacy picture. He's still going to be a great coach, one of the best offensive minds. But if we're talking Hall of Fame, this Bo Nix pick better hit.
Yeah. I will say the one nice thing is that I've watched a ton of interviews with Bo Nix. And it seems like every interview, somebody asks him about Sean Payton. Those connections have just been there. And every single time the guy gets that big smile, white teeth going. So you can tell, he wanted to come to Denver. Sean Payton wanted him in Denver. And so it's nice to see that where both sides really wanted this relationship to happen. Now, just have to see whether that can really bloom into something great. But yeah, I don't I don't really question the process that the Broncos went through with this. I think process-wise, especially after what happened at pick 8 and 5 quarterbacks going before this, and there's a huge drop-off after Bo Nix. Now, we can argue how good or bad Bo Nix is, but that drop-off to that next tier, it's pretty big. And there's maybe one more truly draftable quarterback in this class that I would say has a chance of really being something in the NFL. Now, obviously, Brock Purdy's kind of quarterbacks happen every once in a while, but otherwise, there's one more quarterback. And so, again, I don't blame the Broncos for doing what they did, not taking the chance of letting them get away. And it's going to be fun to see how this all plays out. And it is such a variance quarterback. I mean, we've seen it in the super chats and all the comments tonight. Thank you guys for all tuning in for all this time. You've got those people who are like, oh, this sucks. And then you got these other people like, we got our guy. So it's so torn on this, and it's going to be fun to see if he can win people over to his side with it.
Well, Nick, you got to get out of here. We'll let you go. There's a few more things I want to go about, but have a great night. You'll be on in the morning with Scott on the Falcon side of things. Hopefully we'll be able to see you tomorrow night with us, and Saturday for a little bit. But I know, the big life-changing thing that happened, I won't use my new term for it, but with the kiddo, congratulations again on that, and all that, and go have fun, spend time with the kiddo and everything.
Bye, guys.
All that.
See you next.
Now, for you two, and before we get out of here, this is something that I think is interesting. All right. Benjamin Albright, and not to get into a lot of things, 8 hours ago, he put out a tweet. I'm going to read it off real quick. I think a lot of the reporting on Denver's quarterback interests have been off, specifically regarding a trade up. Okay. First letter, I think they do have quarterbacks in their interest they're interested in and would trade up for, just not as reported. First letter, T. So keep that in mind tonight. Keep that in mind tonight. S, first letter, because it might surprise you. B, for the first letter. One scenario, I think they'd move up, just how it happens. O, it's Bo. And Ben Albright, he's good at what he does, and every year he always puts out these sly tweets, and that is probably one of the more creative ones I've seen on that, and definitely was missed by many people going in. And since we were asked earlier about the Broncos' next plans, going back to Ben, right now I'm guessing they're sweating a bit to their next pick.
Well, if they're sweating, then that's I'm fine by that. It's okay if they're going to get Tavondre Sweat at 76. We're talking a player with second-round talent. Like I'm cool with that.
Carl? Do you think that Sean Payton can wait that long? I have a hard time seeing him sit in that room for a couple hours watching all these players that he likes go off the board. Now, yeah, if it's Sweat, I struggle with that because obviously you have the weight issues of can he be conditioned, especially playing in Denver. That is going to be a really big thing. If this guy can keep it under 350 pounds, show up to camp in shape, then you got the DUI problem, but he still was Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year, even over Byron Murphy. And he fixes a big problem that this team had last year of a guy that can really plug up the middle of a defense, hold the double team, make teams have to win all the other one-on-one battles for a run game to succeed. So the pick makes a ton of sense. I just have a hard time wanting to take him in the third round.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we had that conversation during the roundtable mock draft that we did Tuesday night as well about it there. But we basically, that's going to do it for us pretty much. I do want to shout out one very special person in the chat. Great job, guys. That would be my pops. Thank you, Dad. Appreciate you tuning in. Love you. Hope you had a good night, good break from Mom and all that, as she had to be over watching the kiddo today. And yeah, guess it's, as we get out of here, guess it's Bo Nix, guys. Again, I'm content on it. Wasn't the way I would have gone personally, but I understand, Sean Payton knows more than I do. I know I like to act like I'm a know-it-all and all that, but I definitely will bow down to the people who work in the NFL and evaluate it and all that. And, these guys have much more experience than I do. And yeah, it's definitely interesting. And we have the original Dizzy D coming in with a $2 donation. The Broncos now have Big Duck energy. Oh man! First it was the one with Drew Lock. There was another one too recently as well, and now we have Big Duck energy. Hashtag BDE, guys. But
So,
make sure you guys are following us.
I was just gonna say, instead of Buckham, is it Duckham now?
Oh god!
Stop.
No, with all the
Carl.
Texas players, with all the Texas players, never. What? Yeah, Deckham. Kind of Duckham, kind of.
Yeah.
Duckham horns. Duckham horns. Good Lord! Oh my
And,
goodness, boys, it's late.
Jay Easy, they got Big Bo Nix energy. Eric, you're about to change your tune quickly. Mark my words. Bring it on. Like I'll accept it. It's hopefully they prove me wrong. Hopefully he goes out there and becomes elite. Hopefully it works out for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't change my evaluation. Again, but it's just one person's opinion. You can have 10 people watch the same player and same games and come out with 10 different opinions.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. It's the way football is because people value different things. There's plenty of guys that, the three of us, 4 of us, if you want to include Nick, that we disagree on. And it's just, it is what it is. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll suck it up and I'll be at it again next year with my high opinions, or what is with my very strong opinions, I guess would be the better way to put it.
Convictions.
And, convictions about it. And all that. And Jay-Z, if that's a joke about my weight, man, you may get blocked for that one. Just not cool, man. Disagree with all you want, but attacks like that, not cool. But anyways, guys, as I was saying, we got to get out of here. We will be back tomorrow. About what? Oh God. Again, have to do the quick thing. 5 p.m. Mountain, because it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time. You guys can follow me at Erick Trickel. You can find Lance at Lance S_MHH. Carl Dumler at Carl Dumler MHH. You guys can follow us out on Twitter. We will be live again tomorrow, 5 p.m. Mountain time. We do a lot of work. This is the penultimate of it for us, for Lance and I especially. Culmination. Thank you. Culmination. Been a long day. A lot of energy drinks. Just to get through the night, just getting through the next few days. Yeah. But any final words, guys?
Yeah, I think that let people have their opinions and let everybody have fun. We can all have our opinions and be validated in them, be educated about those opinions, and come and have a conversation. Eric and I were not the biggest fans of Bo Nix, but at the same time, we were open about those opinions all night long. We addressed the positives, we addressed the negatives, and if I'm wrong on my opinion of Bo Nix, I don't think that he's going to be the franchise savior by any stretch of the imagination. But guess what? I'm wrong on that, and I'm going to own that. But we can still have a conversation without the name calling and just have fun with each other. Let's have a fun and open conversation, because football is supposed to be fun. Unless you're Denzel Washington and remember the Titans, where zero fun, sir. But no, just let's have fun for the rest of this weekend. Let's enjoy it. Let's talk Broncos football. Let's talk the NFL draft, and just keep the misguided shots at everybody to a minimum, please. That's my last thing I'm going to have for the rest of this night.
Test prep. That's creative. I'm not going to flash it on screen though. Make sure you guys can follow the MHH pod on Twitter as well, and at Mile High Huddle, the mothership, the mother account, the hive mind home, the queen bee, whatever you want to call it. Facebook.com/Mile High Huddle pod. You can go and get merch at mhhmerch.com. You can also find us on Instagram at mile_high_huddle. You can go to Apple Podcasts, leave your opinions, your 5-star reviews, and have a chance. And as always, make sure you guys like, subscribe, share, all of that, not necessarily in that order. And guys, gentlemen, and Lance, it has been a
hey! I said keep the shots above the waist, man. That's horrible.
And Jay-Z, I hope so, man. As I said with every pick the Broncos have made, they have a history of, last few years we've done this. Haven't made the picks that I would have made. It is what it is. I hope I'm wrong. I was wrong on Patrick Surtain. Looking like I'm somewhat wrong on Nick Benito. My concerns about him are valid and still seem valid, but he's shown a lot more as a pass rusher than I had concerns. Marvin Mims jury's still out there. One of my biggest misses was probably Uwazurike, 4th round pick, if you guys remember that, a couple of years ago. But yeah, it's been a wonderful night. Definitely tired and definitely going to be getting to sleep. Make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow. Conversation's going to be fun. Going to be a lot more Bo Nix conversation, and maybe we will be talking about, sweating a little bit. Jay-Z talking about, hitting the gym a little bit and all that. And well, maybe we will end up working up a sweat tomorrow, talking about it. If Ben Albright's hint is correct there, a lot can happen between now and pick 78, 76,
76.
A lot can happen between now and then. It's been a wonderful night. Not many surprises, but one big one that definitely changed the whole outlook for the draft. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. I will see you guys tomorrow as well. It will be, from my understanding, Lance and I kind of the same thing tonight. Lance, Carl, myself, and Nick. Again, it's been wonderful. Glenn, real quick, talking about something other than picking a quarterback. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow, definitely, we'll still talk about Bo Nix, but still we'll focus back in on who the picks are going, who they are and everything, going back to what we've done the last couple of years until the Broncos are picking. But yeah, keep having something to come in and, want to do that. Thank you guys for all the super chats, all the donations, all 63 plus of them. 63 are the only ones that I can see on here. Franklin Peterson, Riptide, Original D Dizzy, Naj coming in multiple times, Deanna Hendry, Michaela, EJ, Cody, Mark, Dave from Georgia, Lawrence, David Youngkin, Jason Long, Anthony, all of you guys. Thank you guys so much for your support day in, day out, week in, week out. We appreciate it all. So that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys for joining us. We will be back tomorrow, as I've stated multiple times now. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. I hope you guys have sweet dreams of Bo Nix. I'll definitely try. And have a wonderful night. Go Broncos.